Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 126, Gaslighting. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my poised and confident co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm, fine. How about you?
Wow, that sounded so unfine, I couldn't even describe it. Clearly you're not fine. Is it anything you wanted to talk about?
Just had a rough day, I guess.
Rough day. Well, the week's almost over, right?
Well, not for me.
All right. Clearly, I'm not going to say anything to satisfy you today. We'll just have to have a miserable show today.
I'm not going to be miserable during the show. Relax.
Oh, okay. So you had a big weekend last weekend. You had your first marching band competition. How'd that go?
We got second place, which was nice.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. We've got a busy weekend, too. We've got a football game. You got a halftime performance at a football game this weekend. And then you have another competition this weekend. So, should be interesting.
Yep.
Looking forward to it?
I guess.
Okay, well, that's some fake enthusiasm. We like that.
I mean, I like the football games. The competition is just the one that I'm like,
Takes a long time, huh?
Kind of.
Makes for a very long day.
Yeah.
You'll get through it. I'm sure you'll get through it. You'll have a good time, hopefully. But surprisingly, that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we are talking about gaslighting. Now, this is a topic that's been tossed around a lot, and people use the phrase a lot, and I don't think a lot of people really understand what gaslighting really means or where it comes from.
So what do people technically think gaslighting is?
Well, I think a lot of people use it as just a derogatory term for someone who's dismissing someone.
Okay.
And while that kind of is true, it's much deeper than that. And as we get into it, you'll see it's much more insidious than that. It's not just a matter of pretending my reality is different than yours. Okay. And that's how it's used a lot today, especially in political circles. You know, you'll hear, oh, so-and-so is gaslighting such and such's campaign or something like that, where you have what's a lot of people refer to as reality distortion fields. This happened a lot during the Trump presidency, where the news and the media would ask questions, and then they would get what, at one point in time, someone very cleverly within the administration called alternative facts. How you have alternative facts to actual facts, I don't know, but that was one form of gaslighting.
Okay.
So this week we are going to talk about the term that is used a lot in the media but often misunderstood called gaslighting. It's thrown around a lot, but most people don't know what it refers to. It really refers to a form of mental abuse that's far too widespread in today's society. We'll talk about what gaslighting is, the origins of the term, signs that it's happening, and steps to stop it from happening to you or to your loved ones. And before we do that, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available pretty much any place you can get a podcast. Apple, Spotify, Google, Podbean, Castro, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also invite everyone to write in, give us your feedback. We're always looking for feedback on how we're doing on the show suggestions, and so forth. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Where you can get links to all of our social media and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right, here we go. So what is gaslighting? This definition comes to us from a very well-written article on NBCnews.com. Psychologists use the term gaslighting to refer to a specific type of manipulation where the manipulator is trying to get someone else or a group of people to question their own reality, memory, or perceptions. And it's always a serious problem, according to psychologists. The term gaslighting actually comes from a 1938 play called Gaslight, where a husband manipulates his wife to make her think she's actually losing her sense of reality so he can commit her to a mental institution and steal her inheritance. Nice guy, huh?
Yeah, that's a real nice love story there.
So, not all real-life examples are so diabolical. It may start out with seemingly small offenses, but the problem is that even more or less insignificant instances of questioning your own judgment or reality, thanks to deliberate intent of someone else, can snowball. You can end up in a cycle of not being able to negotiate your daily life in a way where you're clear-minded, can focus, can make sound decisions, and have a sense of well-being.
Gaslighting happens in a variety of different relationship types. In personal relationships, think of an abusive spouse or, in rarer cases, a parent. In professional relationships, such as a manipulative boss or a coworker preying on a subordinate. Even by public figures, there are several examples of gaslighting by former President Donald Trump and his administration, which the site provided. No matter whether it's happening in marriage, between a leader and his or her
constituency,
or elsewhere, it's important to be aware of the red flags that you or someone you know might be a victim, which is the first step to getting out of an abusive situation. And kind of hearing the definition of this reminds me of a story we were kind of reading in ELA called The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, and basically the message in it was kind of to question traditions and such. Basically, the tradition of the lottery is an extreme example of just completely committing to traditions entirely.
So, based on this definition, though, do you think you've ever been gaslighted by someone, or do you think you've ever gaslighted someone without even knowing it?
I have changed my perspective on various things. I don't think it's like the extreme example of mental manipulation to the point where, like, my entire belief system has completely been shattered. So I don't think I've necessarily been gaslighted, like, badly. Like, I don't think anyone really manipulated me that way.
Right. See, and I've had this situation happen with employers in the past. One particular employer several years ago they were big on inspirational messages, and they liked to lead through these catchphrases, and they thought they had some effect on morale. So this one particular manager, this officer in the company, got up in front of the entire company at one time in a meeting, and he gave this example of, we need to be more like geese in this company. And you look around the room and everyone's kind of scratching their heads like, what are you talking about? And he goes on to say, well, what geese do is they fly in a V formation. And when that lead goose gets tired, and he's referring to the CEO of the company at that time, when that lead goose gets tired, they have to fall back, and then somebody else comes up and take the lead. And he's kind of equating that to himself, where the CEO had just gone through kind of a bad press situation with the company and had a kind of a mess something up in the company. And he was giving the example of him stepping up. And he says, the next goose steps up in line, and that's how that formation continues to fly with a new leader up there. And everyone's like, oh, okay, yeah. They all kind of like nodded their heads and left the room with this idea that this guy's trying to take over the lead. So after the meeting, I went and I talked to him, and I said, you're not from around here, are you? He says, oh, no, I'm from upstate New York. I said, well, that was a very interesting example that you gave. However, reality here is a little bit different. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, well, in New Jersey, we have Canadian geese. And Canadian geese, around the turn of the 20th century, had been hunted nearly to extinction. And Canadian geese would migrate up and down the eastern coast from Canada down to Florida. And they were hunted to near extinction. So New Jersey enacted laws that would protect the geese. And they were an endangered species. So as a result, they were held in these wildlife sanctuaries in New Jersey and nursed back to high populations. And as a result of that, they lost their migratory instincts. So now in New Jersey, when the geese take off and they fly, they go off, they fly around in circles, and they come back. And the problem we have is they keep defiling where they land because they poop all over the place. He didn't like the fact that I was giving him a factual answer to that, because he had this reality in mind of this grand goose leading the rest of the flock onto some promised land or something like that. So he was in effect trying to gaslight the entire company with this image that he contrived, when everybody else who was from New Jersey basically laughed at this guy because they knew what the geese did, and I kind of described it to him.
He's the New Jersey Swans.
Yes, the New Jersey Swans.
That's what I call them now.
But, in New Jersey, they really are a problem because they're defiling public places. You've got people that have dogs that professionally chase them. So for him to kind of gaslight the company like that was kind of funny. It was a long, drawn-out way of kind of getting to the point here, but yeah. He didn't realize he was gaslighting the company. He basically had he wanted to be a inspirational poster, and that's what he was. So in him doing it, he wasn't trying to be nefarious or manipulative or anything. He was trying to be inspirational. So it just goes to show you that gaslighting isn't always necessarily done with negative intent.
Yeah.
Sometimes people gaslight you to try to get you to see their point of view. Instead of trying to win you over to their side, they try to manipulate you to their side. And that's kind of where it gets kind of dangerous. So let's talk about when and where does gaslighting actually happen. So gaslighting actually happens in a power dynamic, but it's not always intentional or malicious. The manipulator holds enough power that the target of the gaslighting is terrified to change up the relationship or step out of the gaslighting dynamic because of the threat of losing that relationship or the threat of being seen as less than who you want to be seen as by them. It's a real threat to them. If it's happening by someone you love and care about, like a spouse or a parent, you're going to want to believe the other person, and the gaslighter may use that against you. Many people in this case, the targets of gaslighting, change their perception in order to avoid conflict.
The gaslighter doesn't necessarily need to be acting with malicious intent, nor does the gaslighter necessarily need to realize that he or she is gaslighting another person for it to be happening, kind of like you said with your example.
Right.
It might be a result of how you were raised. Maybe your parents had very cut and dry beliefs, and that certainty is how they, and now you, see the world, and when someone sees things differently, you assume something is wrong with them. Maybe you're upset because you think your boyfriend is always flirting with other girls. What you don't see is that it's the girls that are flirting with him, but he's just being polite. But your worldview doesn't allow you to question that maybe you're getting the situation wrong. You make him think that you know way more about relationships, and there's something wrong with him that he's not able to see the error in his ways. Maybe at first you don't believe it, but over time you may come to think that maybe he's right.
So the other interesting thing to look at here is the dynamic of two people who don't see eye to eye is usually the healthy situation is one of debate. You and I debate often, and it's not necessarily because we don't see eye to eye. It's because one's trying to educate the other, and one has questions about that. So what happens in that situation is I have my point of view, you have yours. I make my points, you make yours, and then we provide counterpoints. And sometimes we agree to disagree, and we don't meet on terms. Other times, you may sway me to your side of the argument based on the point and counterpoint discussion. But you're not manipulating me at that point.
Yeah.
You're convincing me at that point. That's the healthy dynamic. With gaslighting, you simply ignore what I'm saying, or you pretend that what I'm saying is so crazy and off the wall and unbelievable that nobody would possibly think that way. And in a way, you dismiss my point of view. And you do it in such a way that I start to question my own view. Like, wow, maybe she's right. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe what she's saying is right. Then you're manipulating me. You're not convincing me.
Yeah.
So that's where that fine line really is. So if anyone tries to do that to you, if they're dismissing your point of view, if they don't want to listen to your point of view, if every counterpoint they have is not supporting their argument but shooting down yours, then they're trying to gaslight you. And it's important to remember that.
Okay.
So let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about how gaslighting actually happens.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So how does gaslighting happen? According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline's fact sheet, the techniques a gaslighter might use to manipulate someone can include the following. Withholding. This is when he or she refuses to listen or says they don't understand. There's also countering, when the abuser questions the gaslightee's memory of an event. There's blocking or diverting, when the abuser changes the subject or questions the victim's thinking. Then we have trivializing, making the victim's needs or feelings seem unimportant. And finally, we have forgetting or denial, when the manipulator pretends to have forgotten what actually happened or denies something he or she had previously agreed to. And note that a gaslighter will oftentimes start with something that is true that you might be particularly sensitive about in order to hook you. A coworker, for example, who tries to convince you that you're not pulling your weight in the office might bring up the fact that you complain all the time about being tired because of your kids. You may be feeling tired because your kids have activities that require your attention, and that coworker may have heard you complaining about it once or twice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your performance is changing because of it.
So now we're going to look at signs that you're a victim of gaslighting. So look for these warning signs and red flags that this type of abuse might be happening to you or someone you know. You're constantly second-guessing yourself or have trouble making decisions. You're ruminating about a perceived character flaw, like being too sensitive or not a good enough person. You feel confused about your relationship. If you find yourself thinking, I thought I had this great husband, but I just feel crazy all the time. Or, I thought I had this charming partner, but then sometimes I feel like I'm losing it when we're together. In a confrontation with the person that might be gaslighting you, you feel like you suddenly find yourself in an argument you don't intend to have. You're not making progress, or you're saying the same thing over and over again and not being heard. You feel fuzzy or unclear about your thoughts, feelings, or beliefs. You're always apologizing. You're frequently making excuses for your partner's behavior. You can't always understand why you're not happy. You can't understand why you're not happy in your own life. You know something is wrong, but you just don't know what.
So, an interesting indication if you're being gaslighted is that you're generally not happy with the situation.
Yeah.
And that's how the gaslighter kind of gets to you. And they make you question yourself. They make you question your thoughts and your judgment. And they set you up for a lack of self-confidence. And then once they've kind of bored this hole into your psyche, they then pour themselves into that with their own thoughts and their own ideas, and they try to think for you. That's really what gaslighting is.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a slippery slope, because once someone starts to gaslight you and they see the control that they have, they're more likely to take it even further. It's kind of like that old adage that power corrupts, ultimate power corrupts ultimately. The more power you have over someone, the more power you want.
Yeah.
And sadly, that's just human nature. So someone may not start out with the intent of doing that. They may start out with the intent of debating you. And when they see that you're not coming around to their point of view, then they may switch to some of the lighter gaslighting techniques, not listening to your side of the argument, so that all you hear is them talking over you. Then they may go to something a little bit deeper and start having you question your own thoughts and your own argument. And ultimately, their goal is to win the argument. But in the process of doing that, they wind up manipulating you. And then once they've manipulated you, the next time they want you to do something, they've already got you on the hook for it. And that's the first technique that they go for. So it's kind of a dangerous thing. And I know this is kind of a odd topic for us to be discussing. The reason I wanted to bring it up is it's prevalent in today's society. And it's something that is all over social media. You see all this false information to the point, let's talk about vaccines, for instance. you have all this information out there that's all these sources that are producing false information about vaccines and statistics and all this stuff. And it's to the point now that you actually have some of the social media sites are actually finally cracking down on this and banning it. But all of those fake things that you see out there are attempts at gaslighting. You know, people are trying to push an agenda that is, in many cases, not backed by science or facts, but it's their agenda and they want to push it, or they're pushing it for someone else. And because it's not solid factual information, they couldn't possibly win that argument in a debate.
Yeah.
So they have to resort to gaslighting you and manipulating you to see their way. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on, in general, debating and winning? How important is it for you to win a debate or an argument when you engage with someone?
I don't necessarily feel like I want to win the argument unless I feel that the other person's argument isn't necessarily, I guess, morally alright, or something that I feel like could be dangerous.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. You're trying to stop them from hurting themselves or hurting someone else.
Yeah, and I have no problem with debating. I honestly kind of like hearing other people's perspective on things, and it kind of makes me question my own thoughts in a good way.
Yeah.
Like maybe I was thinking, maybe I could find a new perspective on this. That's kind of what I normally think about when I debate. That's what I feel debating is. It's like sharing your perspectives and kind of debating about them and, taking some information and stuff.
Debating for me has always been an educational experience. And a lot of times, I used to write a blog years ago, and one of the things that I would do in that blog is I would not debate necessarily, but I would advocate a point of view that I didn't necessarily agree with. But I would advocate that point of view because in writing the blog, it made me do the research, and it made me put myself in the mindset of somebody who thought different than me. And in doing that, it allowed me to see the issue from the other side. And after doing that, I didn't always see it and understand it and agree with it from their perspective, but it gave me a new appreciation and a new respect for that perspective. And anytime I debate someone, that's what it brings forth with me. I'm involved in Twitter and a few other social media, and I get into political debates because you can't avoid it because social media is a cesspool when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
And there's one particular individual on there who is diametrically opposed to me from a philosophical standpoint on everything. And there are times that he'll make a comment and I'll respond to it with my point of view. And we'll go back and forth and debate and debate and debate and finally get to the point where we'll concede certain points of view, where I'll kind of agree with him, but not entirely. So you got a valid point there, but look at it from my perspective, and he will. And eventually, we almost always get to the point where we're amicable about it. And for me, that's a refreshing thing on social media because there's so much toxicity on social media right now.
Yeah.
It's to the point that if you don't agree with me, then you're against me and I hate you for it.
Yeah.
And that hatred just boils over in social media. Yeah. So this debate partner that I happen to have is really a great exercise for me to have that opposite perspective on things because it helps to ground me. Because sometimes I get a little self-righteous. Sometimes I get up on my soapbox and I'll put an argument out there that is more emotional than factual. And he'll back me down. He'll call me on the carpet on it and back me down, and I'll realize where the holes in my argument are, and it helps me to refine my point of view. and it helps me to appreciate his. So debate is a good thing. And I think the people who gaslight inadvertently fail to see that, and they fail to see the benefit of it.
Yeah.
It's not about getting the world to see your point of view. Everyone's going to have a different point of view. It's about being able to find common ground.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of how diametrically I may be opposed to somebody else's philosophy, there's always common ground. You just have to find it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to do that through gaslighting and manipulation.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point to that.
True that.
Let's take another break, and we're going to come back and talk about what to do if somebody is gaslighting you.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about gaslighting. And now we're going to talk about what to do if someone is gaslighting you. So the first thing we have here is identify the problem. Recognizing the problem is the first step. Once something has a name, you can begin to address it specifically. Sometimes writing down specifics from a conversation that you can look back to later when you're out of the heat of the moment can be helpful in sorting out the truth from distortion. Give yourself permission to feel what you feel. Part of the problem with gaslighting is that it results in the victim questioning his or her own thoughts, values, perceptions, or feelings. Acknowledge that what you feel is what you feel so that you can take whatever action you need to take to feel better. Give yourself permission to make a sacrifice. Part of what makes it... Really?
Sorry.
No one saw that, so...
No.
Part of what makes it tough for a victim to leave a gaslight situation is that the abuser is someone they care about, they look up to, or they have a relationship with. You may have a lot of wonderful things going on in that relationship, but it's not worth it if it's undermining your reality. To start to regain your sense of self that you've lost, you may need to cut that person off, give up some of the wonderful things, or live with that person not having such a high opinion of you.
So you start with, as with most things, with small decisions. Try to get out of or stop a gaslight. Take a step, one step at a time, and say no. Don't engage in an argument that's clearly a power struggle. Sometimes it's hard to recognize those.
Yeah.
Get a second opinion. Ask a friend or family member you trust if they think your thinking is as off as your potential abuser says it is. Have compassion for you. Having compassion for yourself is very important. You are responsible for you. You need to be honest with yourself. Maybe tomorrow your partner will be great, but focus on what you're feeling in the moment. Recognize when you have those feelings. So, I mean, these are some very basic things to do, but I think the most important thing here is to recognize when it's happening.
Yeah.
Recognize how it's making you feel. Anytime anybody makes you feel bad about yourself, you really have to question that relationship. Have you ever had a situation where people or a friend or someone made you feel bad about yourself for any reason?
I mean, the few times it did happen, we did kind of find the error of our ways, and we were able to be friends again.
Right.
Probably I've never had, like, a necessarily toxic relationship to the point where, like, someone outright said something that hurt my feelings or made me feel bad about myself. I have lost touch with people for various reasons, but I don't think it was necessarily, like, a toxic relationship.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of times when that sort of thing happens, it's not done intentionally or maliciously. A lot of times when somebody says something or does something, it's an inadvertent thing. It's an inadvertent consequence. You know, you may say something in the heat of the moment because you're agitated or you're upset or you're annoyed or you're not in a state of mind where you're normally calm and collected. And you say something and the other person gets upset by that. They may not know that you're agitated, and they may think that you're being malicious, and then it spirals out of control.
Yeah.
And when something like that happens, somebody has to sort of put the brakes on, stop, apologize, get to the bottom of it, and say, look, you know, this was not meant to be mean or malicious. It may be as simple, you know, I may come home and have a rough day at work. And I may be short with mommy. And fortunately, mommy knows me well enough, and I know her well enough, that when we're in that agitated state, the other can tell. And like when mommy's like that, okay? So when mommy's like that, I'll try to get her out of that mood. And I'll joke and I'll poke fun and stuff like this to kind of try to snap her out of that. And in doing that, sometimes I push the wrong button. And when I do, I'm fortunately intelligent enough to read that reaction and back off. Mm-hmm. I give her space, she cools off, and then we come back. And mommy does the same for me. Usually mommy's not in any jeopardy of pushing those buttons with me, though. She's usually a little bit more sensitive, and she's better at that than I am. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
But we've been together for a long time now. Longer than you've been alive, actually.
Yeah.
So we kind of know each other. But I have this sort of thing with people at work frequently. I just had an incident with my boss at work where my intention was to try to point out a potential concern I had in a thing at work. And it was misinterpreted as something completely different. And the person reacted in a way that I wasn't expecting. And I kind of read that at that point and said, all right, I'm going to back off. Peace offering, hands up, I surrender. Let's just, start this over again. It was never my intention for it to get to that point. And it may have been she was having a bad day that day. Maybe she had an argument with her husband. Maybe she had an unruly customer she was dealing with. I don't know. So I can't jump to conclusions. So I kind of have to give her the benefit of the doubt there. And what happens with gaslighting is gaslighters see that and then they switch into this manipulative mode. And they don't read the signs and they don't do things in a constructive way. So that's really what you have to be on the lookout for. And anytime that you're in a relationship, whether it's professional, whether it's a loved one, whether it's somebody you're dating, if they make you feel bad about yourself for any reason, you have to question that relationship. You don't question yourself because at no point in time should that relationship dynamic be one where they should be making you feel bad about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to question anything, question the relationship first. And that should lead you down the right path to stop that gaslighting.
Okay.
All right. That's about all we had today. Let's take a very quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back. Go with your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that a lot of the times gaslighting is never a good thing, and I hope that, if anything, this podcast helped you kind of realize or get a better definition of what it really is, so that in your life, whether it be in the media or with your own relationships, you can recognize when gaslighting or when you're being gaslighted and hopefully put a stop to it so that you don't have to deal with it.
Excellent. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Before we go, I do want to once again remind you that if you want to subscribe to this podcast, you can find us listed as Insights into Things for audio. All the network's podcasts can be found on video, listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your suggestions for shows. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can write to us. You can DM us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res versions of our shows on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can also find audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com, or you can get links to all of our social media on our official website at insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 127, Teens and Perfectionism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and dedicated and somewhat limping co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
Limping.
Limping indeed. What is wrong? Why are you limping?
I had a bit of an incident yesterday at practice.
Yes. Full contact marching band this week.
I mean, it was before we actually started, so
You learned to tackle the pavement, right?
yeah.
So you had a spill during warm-ups. You scraped up both your knees. One of them's banged up pretty bad and bruised. We had to go get x-rays today and stuff. But fortunately, knock on wood, you didn't have any breaks or tears or anything serious.
Yeah.
So you should be back on your feet normally in about a week. But in the meantime, we've got you here for the podcast.
Yep.
So we're talking perfectionism today and the malicious cycle that it can lead us into. We'll talk about how we determine if someone is a perfectionist and the signs to look for. We'll then evaluate the causes of perfectionism and some of the negative consequences of it. And finally, we'll look at how to address perfectionism and what parents can do to help. But before we do that, I would invite folks, our listening and viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Podbean, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also encourage you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Give us your suggestions for shows. We're always looking for input. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. So is your teen a perfectionist? Now, of course, I'm going to ask you that after I read my part here, but let me read my part first.
Okay.
So this comes to us from a website called SciComm.net. Sounds like a government conspiracy site or something.
Kinda.
They say it's perfectly reasonable for teenagers to have high standards and to work hard to meet their personal goals. Disciplined behavior can cross the line to perfectionism, however, when it interferes with social, emotional, or occupational functioning. The idea of being perfect can actually preclude teens from reaching their goals because it affects their learning process, both in class and on the field. Here are some common symptoms of perfectionism in teens. They become dissatisfied with a standard of work others view as acceptable or even exceptional. They procrastinate until 100% sure of what to do or how to earn a high grade on their assignment. They avoid answering questions in class for fear of being wrong. They're very risk averse, avoiding taking any risks at all at times. They avoid starting tasks for fear that they'll not be able to do them right or well to their own standards. They often get very upset when grades are lower than anticipated. They struggle to cope with mistakes. They don't take criticism very well. They take it personally. They work slowly to avoid mistakes, and sometimes they fixate on neatness and appearance of work. And finally, they start over repeatedly to get it right. So before we move on with some of the causes, let's kind of focus on these a second. So my first question to you is, do you think you're a perfectionist?
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this on the podcast multiple times, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm a perfectionist.
And why do you think that?
I don't know. I've just had a lot of moments where I've not been happy with work that you guys have been happy with. I'm overly critical about myself. I think I kind of fit the textbook definition of what a perfectionist is for the most part.
So let's go down the list real quick here and pick out a few of these and see. You kind of touched on the first one here. You're dissatisfied with a standard of work that others view as acceptable or exceptional. And you've pointed out the fact that Mommy and I have thought the stuff that you've done. You know, you had a situation where you had a quiz recently and you scored a 94 or something on it. And it was still an A. It was a low A, but it was still an A, which for our perspective is perfectly fine. But you were dissatisfied with that. Why were you dissatisfied and how do you reconcile that?
I guess I was mainly dissatisfied because I felt like when I learned the answer to the question I got wrong, I'm like, man, I really should have gotten that right. Like, I kind of felt as though I should have gotten that right, and my brain kind of makes me feel like I should have gotten that right, and thus criticizes me for it.
Well, and I can understand that. There are times that I make seemingly silly mistakes that I should know the answer or I should know how to do something, and I'm distracted. I'm not really thinking clearly that day or something like that, and I make a mistake. We all make mistakes. So being overly critical of yourself for that is probably not the best thing. But one of the things that we kind of try to strive for here is it's not about being perfect in what you do. It's about accomplishing what you need to do, but in learning in the process. Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things that I'm fond of saying, and I've mentioned it several times on the podcast, is you learn more from your mistakes than you do your successes. So beyond that, do you exhibit any of these other characteristics? Like, for instance, do you find that you avoid answering questions in class because you're afraid that you're going to have the wrong answer?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
And what happens if you get the wrong answer?
Well, they kind of they try moving on, being like, okay, well, I like your perspective, and like at that point, I still realize I got it wrong, but they kind of move past that and don't try to like put too much like attention to it.
Right, so they're not going to browbeat you over it.
Yeah.
How about coping with mistakes? How do you do with that?
Not as well as I'd probably hope.
Okay. How about taking criticism? Do you take criticism overly personal?
I try not to in a lot of cases. Your criticism, I definitely try not to take too personal. For the most part, I don't really try taking too much criticism personally. It's just, there's one specific example where, like, it's kind of hard not to take it personally, and that's probably with marching band, because a lot of times, like, when you make mistakes, the band...
Like I'm doing right now, I'm trying to fix this camera angle so we get the lights out of the camera shot.
Anyway...
But we're not gonna draw too much attention to that.
Yeah. Anyway, so, yeah, basically, that's, like, the only time where it's kind of hard not to take it personally, because they're kind of constantly like saying it to you, and they say it in a tone that makes you feel like, okay, I'm screwing up, I don't like
But do they single you out individually, or are they doing it to everyone?
I mean, they do it to everyone, but like there are certain things they single us out on, but otherwise we're all kind of like that.
Well, and I could understand in that situation because there's a synchronization that has to happen, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you've got 20 kids in a class and they're all doing their assignments differently and they raise their hand to answer questions on the assignment. If you've got 20 kids and those 20 kids all have to move in sync together and one person is out of sync, you can't not single them out for it.
Yeah.
Like I'm the type of person from a manager standpoint that when something happens at work, when somebody does something they shouldn't do, for instance, you got a lion under the table or something?
No.
Oh. Like, for instance, if somebody sends an email that they shouldn't send. It's unprofessional or a personal email, and they send it out and they use the system incorrectly. Instead of targeting that specific person, I'll send a general email out kind of reminding people what the policy is. And I find that probably 70% of the time, the offending person sees that, understands what they did, and they correct their action. But there's that 30% of the time that they don't, and then you have to kind of go and address them directly. But when I do that, I try to do it one-on-one. I try not to have a company meeting and then point the finger at someone in the company meeting. With marching band, that's different because everybody is really trying to do the same thing and work together as a team.
Yeah.
So I could see how there would be difficulties with that. What about working slowly to avoid mistakes or to starting over again if you think you didn't do it right? Do you find that your performance, the time it takes for you to do something, is impacted because you're working slower or starting over?
Probably has to do, that can probably kind of be part of what I do with my art, because a lot of times, especially when I'm trying something new with my art, it takes me a lot more time to kind of get used to it, and I actually kind of procrastinate on it because I'm like, okay, I have no idea how to draw this, maybe I'll just wait it out and see, and it doesn't get done for a while, and then when I finally do try and do it, it takes me a lot of time because I still have to figure it out because I still haven't figured it out because I didn't actually try.
Right. And honestly, we've talked about this numerous times in the past. I do think you exhibit a number of perfectionist traits. Your results tend to be along those lines. I mean, you have straight A's, so you're fairly successful at being a perfectionist. But as you get further along in your academic and even your professional career, it's going to become progressively more difficult to achieve those high standards that you set for yourself. So it's one of those things that I think we kind of have to address now. We have to solve some of those things now. And there's a lot of kids out there, a lot of overachievers out there. There's a lot of pressure on kids, especially around your age, to achieve a lot now, do a lot, get a lot under your belt, because colleges are looking for a lot of those things, a lot of sports and extracurricular activity and social things and charities. A lot of kids are trying to get all this stuff in, all the extra classes, the advanced classes. And there's a lot of pressure that colleges and the schools and the coaches and the parents put on these kids. And then that kind of pushes kids into that perfectionist mode, and they start putting that pressure on themselves, but it very quickly escalates to an unrealistic level. So let's take a look at some of the things that are causes of perfection. Why don't you tell us about those?
Okay, so this part of the segment comes from a website called teentherapycenter.org. So, a person does not become a perfectionist overnight. Perfectionistic tendencies tend to sprout earlier in life. Those with these tendencies start to correlate the approval of others to their own accomplishments. This results in drawing his or her own value based solely on the acknowledgement of others. Thus, their self-esteem starts to be based largely on external standards. This leaves perfectionists vulnerable and excessively sensitive to the opinions and criticism of others. In an attempt to protect themselves from such disapproval, they may decide that being perfect is their only defense.
Let me pause you there for a second and ask you, do you feel that you tie your own self-esteem or your own self-worth to some of these external standards?
I mean, sometimes, because I do want people to, still like me and think that I'm a decent person to be around. So in some cases I do kind of feel that I would, kind of worry about the opinion of others to my own self-worth, kind of another example of marching band is just like, hey, I feel like I really need to do good to impress all these people and to impress all the judges and to make sure that we're all doing good and everything like that.
And that makes sense. I mean, you're literally doing an extracurricular activity that you're judged on. So there is a certain expectation there. But do you find that you get an excessive amount of criticism for your performances in marching band?
I mean, we haven't really heard too many of the judges' tapes yet. And I mean, they do criticize us. We're obviously not perfect.
Sure.
So I'm guessing we would probably get a decent amount of criticism. A lot of the times it's actually from the band directors, Mr. Porco mainly.
Right.
Just about like our performance because he knows the judges will notice. So.
Right. Well, and that's kind of his job. His job is really to get, because he's not out there performing with you, right?
Yeah.
So it's his job to get you guys to the point that you can score high with the judges. And fortunately, he's aware of what the judges are looking for. And I can almost guarantee you, he's been doing it long enough, and he knows what each individual judges are looking for. And he probably gives you guys little hints or preps you for each competition that you do, knowing what they're going to be looking for, or knowing what some of the other bands are doing so that you guys can kind of counter some of that in your own performance. So it's one of those things where that criticism is really a wealth of information to draw on, because it's not just making you better, it's making you better in a way that's specific to what you're about to walk into. So criticism isn't bad. Criticism makes you better. And, we've talked before. I'm not the type of person who just showers you with compliments. If you show me something and you ask my opinion, I'm going to give you my opinion, because if I don't, then I'm doing you a disservice. And Mr. Porco and all the other adults that are involved with band coaches and stuff like that, it's their job to make you better. And sometimes that requires pointing out the flaws, because that's the only way we can fix them. Mm-hmm. What else do we have?
Okay.
I know I threw off your rhythm there, didn't I?
Yeah. Several of the following negative feelings, thoughts, and beliefs may be associated with perfectionism, such as the fear of failure. Perfectionists often equate failure to
Slow down.
Perfectionists often equate failure to achieve their goals with a lack of personal worth or value. The fear of making mistakes. Perfectionists regularly equate mistakes with failure. In orienting their lives around avoiding mistakes, perfectionists miss opportunities to learn and grow. Fear of disapproval. Perfectionists often fear that if they let others see their flaws, they will no longer be accepted. And finally, we have all or nothing thinking. Perfectionists frequently believe that they are worthless if their accomplishments are not perfect.
So the one thing that's worth kind of touching on here is we talk about fear of disapproval, where perfectionists are afraid to let others see their flaws. And we screw up on this podcast on a regular basis. I mean, multiple times, to the point that we started doing read-throughs of the script beforehand, just to make sure we've got pronunciations down and we know what the cadence of the reading is and stuff like that. But even doing that, we still screw up. And I joke around saying, I'll fix it in post, but I never do. And you know why I never do? Because those mistakes are us. You have to own your mistakes. And then you come back next week and you try to do a better job. We're always going to make mistakes. And if we eliminate those mistakes, then we're really eliminating a part of us. Especially when you're reading from a script, the way that you read that script, the pronunciation, the cadence in which you read, the emphasis you put on certain words, that's your fingerprint. That's your personality that you're injecting into the words that we've written. And when you make mistakes because you're trying to inject that in there, that's part of you too. And there's nothing wrong with that. When we do stuff like this and we make a mistake, we'll joke about it. We'll go back, we'll reread the line so that everyone understands what we're trying to say. But we don't hide our mistakes because we learn from our mistakes. Perfectionists tend to perceive others as achieving success with minimal effort, few errors, little emotional stress, and maximum self-confidence. At the same time, perfectionists view their own efforts as unending and forever inadequate. Anxiety, insecurity, and fear of disapproval may all lead to perfectionist behavior. So we're going to come back, take a little break, come back, and then we're going to talk about the malicious cycle of perfectionism. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we're talking about teens and perfectionism. And now we're going to talk about the malicious cycle of perfectionism. Perfectionistic attitudes set in motion a meticulous cycle.
No.
Perfectionistic attitudes set in motion a
malicious, not meticulous.
malicious cycle. Okay, I can't.
That's okay. Own it and run with it.
Okay. First, perfectionists set unreachable goals. Second, they fail to meet these goals because the goals are impossible to begin with. Third, the constant pressure to achieve perfection and the inevitable chronic failure reduce productivity and effectiveness. Fourth, this cycle leads perfectionists to be self-critical and self-blaming, which results in lower self-esteem.
It may also lead to anxiety and depression, which we've talked about on this show numerous times. Now, perfectionists may give up completely on their goals and set different goals thinking, this time, if I only try harder, I'll succeed. Such thinking sets the entire cycle in motion again. Perfectionism is fueled by and fuels anxiety. From the outside, it may look like your teen is lazy or unresilient, lacks a work ethic, or simply doesn't care. But on the inside, a teen struggling with perfection may be fighting a daily battle against nerves, anxiety, and an intense fear of failure. The most important thing to remember is that perfectionistic teens are actually worried kids. Anxious? Well, okay, let's try that one again. I got 4 different versions of that word in my mouth right now. Anxious thoughts are driving their perfectionistic behaviors, and when results fall short of expectations, they experience even greater anxiety. It can be a difficult cycle to break.
Consider the role of external factors. It is no secret that teens are under increased pressure today. The expectation to succeed, both in academics and in extracurricular activities, puts an enormous amount of stress on them. Surrounded by constant evaluation and aware of the value society places on high achievers, teens often have no choice but to be driven by perfection, often to the detriment of the learning process. When teens strive to achieve, they are invested in the learning process. When teens strive for perfection, they become paralyzed by the fear of not measuring up in some way.
Perfectionism comes with stiff consequences, such as low achievement, inability to focus on and finish tasks, anxiety disorders, feelings of helplessness, depression, and even social isolation. And I think one of the things that's worth mentioning here is that if you catch this early and you can break the teens out of this and make them understand that perfectionism is not a healthy cycle, it will be much more beneficial in the long run. Because what's going to happen is you're going to run into situations later in life where you can't succeed. You're not meant to succeed. A lot of times you're giving tasks in college, in high school, and to a certain extent, but lesser extent professionally, you're given tasks that can't be accomplished, at least not the way that you think they can be. And the test is not about you completing the assignment successfully. The test is how you complete the assignment and how you handle the fact that you couldn't successfully complete it. Have you ever thought of that?
Not really.
Because a lot of times it's a test of character. I've done that. I've given people an impossible task. And you might think, well, that's not fair. I shouldn't do that. And the purpose of it was not to humiliate them or to frustrate them or to make them feel like a failure. The purpose of it was to teach them how to handle failure and to see how they react to it. Now, when I have a conversation with people, I'm always testing people. I'm always seeing what buttons they have to push. I'm always deliberately trying to get a reaction from people. And I'm sure a lot of people find that very annoying about me. But I do that so that I can see how people react. And I can see when you're under stress, you react intuitively. You don't necessarily react logically. And one of the things that I want to see is how someone is going to just react normally, without even thinking about it. If I don't give you a chance to think. And when you put people in those stressful situations, that's when you really get to see that. So there are other people out there that do that. College professors will do this. College professors will deliberately fail you as a professor to teach you how to be self-sufficient. Okay. And a lot of people don't realize that. So they think that, I got a terrible teacher. Well, no, the teacher's being terrible deliberately to try to teach you how to basically learn without having a crutch of a teacher there. So understanding those elements early on now, where it's not always about success, it's about that journey to get to that success. That's the important lesson to be learned. And that's where you get a lot of the knowledge and experience that leads you through the rest of your life. That was all we had for segment 2. It was a quick segment. We knew that. We do have a lot more coming up in our next segment. So stay with us. We'll be right back after this. And we'll be talking about what to do about perfectionism.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and perfectionism. So what do you do about perfectionism? Well, the first step in changing from a perfectionist attitude to a healthy mentality is to realize that perfectionism is undesirable. Seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? Perfection is an illusion that is unattainable. The next step is to challenge the self-defeating thoughts and behaviors that fuel perfectionism. Some of the following strategies might help you.
One of these strategies is setting realistic and reachable goals based on your own wants and needs and what you have accomplished in the past. That was a really long title. This will enable you to achieve and will lead to a greater sense of self-esteem. You should also set successful goals. As you reach a goal, set your next goal one level beyond your present level of accomplishment.
Experiment with your standards for success. Choose any activity and instead of aiming for 100%, try for 90% or 80 or even 60%. This will help you realize that the world does not end when you are not perfect. Focus on the process and not just on the result. We talked about this already. Evaluate your success not only in terms of what you accomplished, but also in terms of how much you enjoyed the task. And I'd even go so far as to say how much you learned from the task.
Okay.
Recognize that there can be value in the process of pursuing a goal. The next one we have is to ask yourself the hard questions. Confront the fears that may be behind your perfectionism and ask yourself, what am I afraid of? What is the worst thing that could happen? And I tell you that all the time. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen if you get a B on this test? You'll bring your overall grade down a few points, but then you'll have an opportunity to get them back up. What else do we have?
We also have mistakes or opportunities for experience. Recognize that many positive things that can only be learned by making mistakes. When we make a mistake, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? More specifically, think of a recent mistake you have made and list all of the things you can learn from it. The final one we have here is avoid all or nothing thinking in relation to your goals. Learn to differentiate the tasks you want to give high priority to from those tasks that are less important to you.
So let's look at how parents can support their perfectionist children and teens. I know it can seem daunting to want to help your child yet not know where to start. So here's a few things you can do to help your child make their perfectionism more manageable. We might not get rid of it entirely, but we should be able to at least manage it. Educate your child about perfectionism. Talk to your child about it. Help him or her understand that perfectionism makes us overly critical of ourselves and others. This may make us unhappy and anxious about trying new things. Perfectionism makes it difficult to finish tasks and can be frustrating for everyone in the family. For younger children, you might not want to label it as perfectionism, but instead make up your own name that's a little more easy for them to understand. But for teens, call it perfectionism in case they want to find out more about it on their own.
You should also teach positive statements. Perfectionistic children and teenagers often have rigid black and white thinking. Things are either right or wrong, good or bad, perfect or failure. Help your child see the gray areas in between. Encourage your child to replace self-critical or perfectionistic thoughts with more positive, helpful statements. Have your child say these statements to him or herself whenever he or she starts to be self-critical or upset about not doing something perfectly. Suggest writing these statements down somewhere handy, on the home screen of their phone, a post-it, etc. Even if he or she doesn't believe these statements right away, enough repetition will turn positive thoughts into a habit and help quiet the negative self-talk, or it'll just annoy them. There's also that as well.
There is that. You can help your child gain perspective. Perfectionistic children and teens tend to catastrophize. Mistakes or imperfections are seen as more terrible than they really are. They focus on the possible negative consequences of failure. In most cases, these feared consequences are unlikely and much more drastic than the reality. Understandably, catastrophizing increases anxiety and interferes with performance. Help your child recognize that one mistake does not equal failure, and that one bad performance does not mean that he or she is worthless.
You should also praise effort. It is important to praise effort regardless of whether or not your child was successful. This is especially true for a perfectionist child or teen. Instead of praising the achievement, praise the effort and quality of character that was shown. Also, praise skills that are not directly related to achievement, such as sharing with others, remembering something important, playing well, or congratulating a winner.
Create realistic schedules. Help your child by breaking down larger tasks into manageable steps. On a chart or calendar, write down the goal or deadline and work backwards, setting mini goals along the way. Build in rewards for reaching these steps. Also encourage him or her to decide in advance how much time to spend on a task. Remember, the goal is to complete the task, not to make it perfect.
You should also set priorities. Perfectionists sometimes have trouble deciding on what to devote their energy and effort to. Encourage your child to prioritize by deciding which activities deserve maximum energy and which require less. Let him or her know that it's okay to not give 100% on every task or activity.
And finally, gain balance. Perfectionists tend to lead narrow lives because it's very difficult to be very good at a lot of things. The goal should be to not invest more effort than is necessary to do a good enough job. Reassure your child that it's good to take breaks and take time to do things they enjoy. This will allow more time to enjoy with friends and on other activities and hobbies. It's also important to remember there's nothing wrong with setting high standards, but they need to be reachable with effort. It's all about being okay, human, not superhuman, among the best, if not the best. Perfectionism can be a curse, and perfectionists can carry criticism both of themselves and others. By setting standards at the wrong level, they're condemned to never achieve them. So with all that said and done, has any of this helped to give you more perspective on your own perfectionism?
Well, I guess I'll kind of go down the list here because we have a nice section list. Educate me about my perfectionism. I mean, we're technically doing that with the podcast.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm learning more about it now. Teach positive statements. It's good to make mistakes as long as you learn from them.
Right.
You kind of give me slightly more positive statements about like, hey, it's okay, you don't have to give 100%, you're still doing good. And your motto is, as long as you put in your best effort, like, you achieved, you're good, basically.
Right. I cannot ask you to do more than your best. And sometimes if your best isn't 100%, that's okay. The world doesn't revolve around 100%. It's very infrequent that anybody gets 100% effectiveness in the real world. And you kind of need to accept that and move on.
Help me gain perspective. Yeah, you've definitely tried to teach me that, just because you make one mistake doesn't mean that your entire career is completely gone. Like, with some of my quizzes, when I don't get 100%, you say, hey, this won't really affect you that much in the long run. You're going to be fine.
Right.
So you definitely try to give me that. You also do praise my effort. You do still praise my achievements, but you still also praise the effort that I put into, like with marching band. Like, I'm not perfect on marching band, but you still praise the amount of effort I've been able to put into it.
Yeah, and it's hard work. That's why it was very important for us, with this injury that you're going through right now. Tommy and I are trying very hard to make sure that when you're able to perform in marching band again, you can, because you put so much effort into it. You know, you might get out on the field there and you might not march as well as you were before until your leg's 100%, but you've worked so hard for it that you should be entitled to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, absolutely.
Set realistic schedules. You've been helping me with that. Helping me reach goals in a much more realistic fashion. So, any goals I do want to achieve, you always make sure to help me reach them in a realistic fashion. Set priorities. Yeah, there are certain things that I should probably prioritize more. A lot of the times with schoolwork, like prioritize like certain things of schoolwork over others. Kind of like how I do with my homework.
Sure.
And then gain balance.
With the Force.
Yes. Gain balance with the Force. You definitely try to help me balance my perfectionist ideas with like just doing a overall good enough job.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think for the most part, you've got a lot of the fundamentals down. You've got a lot of the how to do it down. You know, you break things down into smaller tasks. You're very good with scheduling things and prioritizing things. So you've got all of these tools available to you. I think where you probably need to have a little bit more practice is the mental part of things, not being overly critical of yourself, not having to be 100% effective all the time, and understanding that that's okay. I think if we can get to that part, and you can use all the tools that you have at your disposal, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think you're doing pretty good. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up the business of the podcast. We'll be right back. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that perfectionism is definitely something that is a malicious cycle, and I know from experience how difficult it can be to handle it. There are definitely ways to help manage it to something that's definitely dulls it down. Of course, it's not going to completely go away, as we would have hoped, but we can at least, quiet it for the most part. And if you ever feel like you're one of the only people that's like this, don't worry. This is one of the podcasts where I can actually relate to you, so yay.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you.
Well, before we go, I do want to once again remind folks that if you want to subscribe to this podcast, you can get the audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things, and we're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Give us your suggestions for show notes. Give us your stories, like, the stuff that we talk about on the podcast here. Do you find that you're a perfectionist? Do you have perfectionist kids? Write in, let us know. We'd love to include it as part of the conversation during the podcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can actually get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a monthly free Twitch subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web. They can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get all of our videos on Facebook. We do stream on Facebook as well at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can also find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 128, Teens and Procrastination. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and dedicated co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm very tired, and we've been very tired for quite some time now. I guess I got to fix that camera angle there. Look at that. See, I changed the camera angle, and I didn't bother to double check it, and shame on me. Let's fix it that way. Let's fix it that way. There we go. That's much better.
Yay.
I don't like having the bars on the side.
Yeah.
So anyway, we almost didn't do a podcast today, or this week, I should say. I was planning on getting back on regular schedule this week. We took a week off last week because we had a lot of stuff going on with marching band. And then we were just really tired this week. A lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So we're back. We're off schedule. Today is Friday. Usually we record this podcast on Thursday, right?
Yep.
And we do our entertainment podcast on Wednesday, which we haven't done that yet. We'll be doing that this weekend. And we got one more band event coming up. And then after that, we should be back on our regular schedule.
Yep.
So that means we got to get cracking on show topics.
Yep.
But today we are talking about procrastination because I've been procrastinating doing show notes on other shows.
Yeah, this is probably one we're all going to relate to.
This is one that even the adults can probably relate to. So yeah, we're going to be talking about what is procrastination and what are some of the downfalls of it, what causes procrastination specifically in teens, and then we'll discuss all this and how parents can help their teens overcome procrastination. But before we do that, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast I really wish I knew what that beeping was. That tells me that there's another UPS that's about to fail around here somewhere because I already replaced one of them. Anyway, you can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and you can get video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. We are always looking for new show topics that we can research and talk about here on the show and help folks out with. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook, which isn't Facebook anymore. It's Meta now. I have to update the show notes for that. But you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is procrastination? This definition comes to us from a website called barronnews.com. They say procrastination is a given side effect of being faced with work at any point in your life. It's the common behavior that leads teenagers into putting off homework, studying, or any other responsibilities for as long as possible. Little bouts of procrastination here and there are perfectly normal and acceptable. But when it reaches the point of being a genuine distraction, it can become costly. Teens typically use little distractions to put off their work to the point of denial, and once time actually reaches to get the project done, they rush to get everything accomplished in time. This constant cycle of delay and denial is one of the more common mindsets that teenagers put themselves under when it comes to procrastination. Ultimately, the deadline is a major factor in how much people procrastinate. A faraway deadline, as well as the need to avoid work, can lead to a natural reaction of putting off the assignment. As the deadline comes closer, the sudden threat of a due date is what sets off the stress to motivate yourself to finish. It's the deadline that gets people to get the urgent sense of motivation, but when procrastination gets too far, it's easy for the work to end up in poor quality. So let me ask you right off the bat, do you think you procrastinate?
Well, it's kind of an interesting way how I procrastinate, because I feel I procrastinate on everything except schoolwork.
Okay.
Which is probably the opposite of what most people would normally expect of kids who procrastinate.
Explain that.
Like, I'm the type of person, we already went over the fact that I'm a perfectionist.
Right.
So, the thing is, because I'm a perfectionist, I normally prefer to get all my work done. Especially considering the fact I'm in band now, and a lot of the time, I don't have a lot of time. So, I normally try to get my schoolwork done as soon as possible. So one, I don't have to worry about it, and two, I get it done before I have band, when I actually have time to do it.
That makes sense.
And of course, being the perfectionist, I always know that it might take me a bit longer to do these kinds of assignments, so I try and get it done as much as I can, and as soon as I can.
Right.
So I definitely wouldn't say I procrastinate on schoolwork, but everything else, pretty much, yeah, I procrastinate.
And I'll be honest with you, I procrastinate too. Most of the stuff that I do, I procrastinate on, but it's done kind of with a different mentality. I prioritize things, and I'm big on lists. So I'll have the things that I do on a routine basis. Let's stick to work for right now. So there's certain tasks that I have to perform at work on a regular basis. And what I prefer to do is to batch tasks together. If I know that I'm going to be pouring through help desk tickets and cleaning those up and sending reminders out, I'll do all those at one time rather than pick them off here and there. And then I'll break that time up by going through and doing other things. So I'll deliberately put things in little containers and then put them aside, knowing I have to do them, but knowing that there's a certain order that I'll do them in. Where I run into problems is when that schedule of containers gets upset by an emergency that happens, or somebody interrupts me, or the phone call comes in. Then I find myself trying to rejigger that little system I have to try to get everything back into order. Like everything gets planned out, and it doesn't all just get done at once real quick, and then I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Everything's done. I'll work on one container. I'll take a break and do something else. I'll work on the next container. I'll take a break and do something else. And it allows me that chance to mentally recharge between complex tasks. The problem is, somebody will walk in my door and tell me the server's down, and all of a sudden all my containers get kicked over and I can't work on any of that because I'm dealing with an emergency. So that's just one of those things that I kind of have to deal with the system that I have. So tell us about the problems with procrastination.
So, these problems with procrastination comes from a website called counselingtoyou.com. And they said that there are two types of procrastination. There's resistant procrastination and refusal procrastination. Resistant procrastination is delaying a task until later, which often ends up being the last minute, but still finally getting the task done. Refusal procrastination is putting a task on permanent hold, pretending later will never come, and never completing the task. While many people practice the former from time to time, both forms of procrastination can be costly. For example, the delay caused by simply putting off what one dislikes or fears, only lengthens the time one has to worry about getting the task done. Thus, procrastination creates more anxiety and stress than relief. The goal of procrastination may be to escape an immediate obligation, demand, or need to work. But there's a trap.
It's a trap.
Anyway, even if the task gets done in the end, procrastination adds to the stress and pressure of ordinary demands and causes them to take much longer than necessary. In the worst-case scenario, teens and adolescents can get into what is known as catastrophic functioning. Catastrophic functioning is the use of delay and avoidance to create last-minute crises in order to motivate oneself to do whatever it is that must be done. In short, creating stress to enable accomplishment. And when catastrophic functioning becomes routine, discomfort, fatigue, burnout, and even breakdown are likely to follow.
And that's a very good point, is that when you get into that point where everything's a crisis mode, it gets brutally exhausting because you're always doing some kind of fire drill and you can't get into that routine that you need to get into where you can conserve your energy and work smartly. So that's one of the biggest problems with procrastination. And I find that I run into that around the house. Normally around the house, if there's something that needs to get done, like I've got a UPS that's sitting under the desk here that I have to replace the battery on and put it back into place. I'm dreading having to do that because I'm going to have to completely rewire the area that I have to work in. I got to crawl around on the floor and it's, exhausting and it's a pain in the butt to do. And it's one of those things that it's an unpleasant task that I don't want to do. So it's one of those things that I will naturally put off as long as possible. Now we're sitting here now in the studio and one of the other UPSs is beeping. So that's going to be my crisis. that other UPS over there is probably beeping to let me know that the battery's probably getting ready to go. So instead of me being smart and putting the replacement battery in the one that I have here and replacing the one that's beeping, I'll wait until that one dies. Then that whole side of the studio is going to go out. Then it's going to be a crisis for me to do the work and get it done. That's with the motivation that I would have to have at that point.
Ugh.
And it's not the smartest thing to do.
Yeah.
But knowing your limitations, I think, is an important thing in this case here.
I guess.
So I think we've explored that about as far as we're going to get on this subject here.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk about what causes procrastination.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today, we are talking procrastination, and considering this is episode 128, I think we've procrastinated long enough. So what causes procrastination? Procrastination is not a behavior that's limited to teenagers. I'm a great example of that. I just admitted to that in the last segment.
Yep.
But why do both teens and adults procrastinate? So here's a few common examples of why we all procrastinate. We often delay tasks when we don't understand how long they take. I'm guilty of that. I'll start on a task and, realize that it's going to take a lot longer than I originally thought and understand the mistake that I made. Those who suffer from anxiety or perfectionistic tendencies, which we talked about last week, often procrastinate as a means of coping with stress. A simple lack of motivation to start a task and being either unaware of or not caring about the consequences of inaction can lead to procrastination. Most parents of teens are all too aware of their teens' increased attempts to achieve self-empowerment by resisting parental authority. These efforts to resist parental authority take both active and passive form, active being argumentative and passive being a delaying action. What are some of the underlying reasons for procrastination?
So psychologists suggest that the reasons for procrastination stem from 4 major underlying reasons, which include the following that come from a website called psychologytoday.com. And the first we have is anger.
Hulk smash.
The most common cause of procrastination is anger. Teens who resent the authority of parents and teachers can get even by delaying work or making a half-hearted effort. For adolescents who feel powerless, open rebellion is not an option because the consequences would be too great, and deep down, these teens want to succeed. This form of revenge is manipulative and passive-aggressive, but also highly effective because it takes authority figures' power away and drives them crazy. Never mind that it is also self-sabotaging. A teen typically cares more about their autonomy than their grades. In essence, the opt-out is saying, "You can't tell me what to do. I will work when I'm good and ready."
The next we talk about is self-doubt. Oftentimes, beneath the anger and resentment is an individual consumed with self-doubt. Kids don't often start out feeling hopeless. It takes years of questioning their own skills, wondering whether they have what it takes. This is especially true of kids who have attention deficit hyperactive disorder or learning disabilities. Opt-outs often did better in school when they were younger. However, when school became more challenging, as it always does, rather than step up to the effort, they took their foot off the gas pedal. This is because they thought if school stopped being easy, it meant they were not smart enough. Trying was never an option because it involved the possibility of failing and then uncovering their perceived inadequacy.
Playing the victim. Even though the procrastinator is imprisoned in a jail of their own making, they see themselves as the victim of those who set expectations and call the shots. That was a hard sentence. It was perfectly fine when I was first reading it, but now it isn't. Anyway, they feel trapped in a no-win situation. Doing their work brings on uncomfortable feelings, but so does not doing it, though just not now. The victim approaches homework feeling that they have to do it, never that they want to. The pattern goes something like this. Your child dislikes chemistry, but it's hanging over his or her head and freaks them out. Since they haven't acquired skills in it, they can't do the assignments, so why try? Also, there's a test coming up, and he or she must do well on it, except they know they can't. Suddenly, everything seems terribly unfair. The class is too hard, and the teacher angers them. He goes too fast. He doesn't like me.
Hey, that was a good whiny voice.
Thank you.
In your defense, it's difficult to read this the way you are because I don't write these to be gender neutral. And you, in your infinite wisdom, want to portray them as gender neutral. So you're actually changing the script on the fly in your head. So I give you total props for that.
Thank you. Especially when, you have, hasn't, and hasn't
Right.
doesn't work with there, so I'm like, aren't.
I know. You did a good job on that one.
Thank you.
Your English teacher would be proud of you.
Thank you.
So the next thing that we talk about is perfectionism, which we
Hey.
talked about.
That would make a good podcast.
Yeah, we talked about that in our last podcast. A perfectionist may postpone starting a project because he feels overwhelmed by the sheer amount of energy it will take to do something perfectly. I don't feel obliged to make it gender neutral. I'm just going to read it the way it's written.
Okay, sure.
They will refer to words. They will refer to work with words like ought, must, have to, and should. You probably don't think of your teen as a perfectionist. If anything, they're the opposite. However, most perfectionists suffer from deep feelings of inadequacy. Their desires to make everything absolutely perfect may mask problems of self-esteem and self-confidence.
And you saying you're not turning it gender neutral.
All right, well, I'm trying, all right?
Okay,
You're rubbing
cool.
off on me. High standards are great. They give us something to aim for. Perfectionism takes hold when the failure to meet these expectations becomes unacceptable. Perfectionists who procrastinate set unrealistic expectations and then avoid work to rid themselves of the anxiety it causes. Though many adults procrastinate, for some teens, it's a sign of immaturity. Getting down to work involves postponing pleasure until work is done and being able to tolerate the anxiety and frustration that accompanies learning something new. You can hear your teens' low frustration tolerance when they say things like, "This isn't fair," or "It's too hard." That was my whiny voice.
It could be whinier, but overall it's not too bad.
I'll have to whine more, that's all. So let's just take a real quick second to look at some of these underlying reasons. Do you think any of these are what motivates you to procrastinate?
Well, I definitely don't think I would relate to anger because I really don't go against anyone. I'm never really frustrated with the authority that people have over me, so
Okay.
probably not that. Self-doubt is probably one of the ones I relate to more. Take, for instance, my art. That is definitely something I procrastinate on. And the assignment for... And the not super secret, because I'm pretty sure we mentioned it on the podcast.
Well, yeah, we have every year the podcast does a holiday special. And this holiday special, we're going to be treated with custom artwork that Madison's going to be doing. If she stops procrastinating and actually gets it done.
Okay, leave it be. Now I can hopefully explain why I feel like procrastinating. So, the Grinch's style... is what we're going to be doing, and I'm kind of trying to base my art somewhat off of that. Dr. Seuss's style is very different from my own, considering the fact it's a lot more cartoony, there are a lot less colors with it, and overall, it's a lot more busy than I would normally have my own drawings, because I normally draw self-portraits, just characters, just stuff like that.
Right.
So, I honestly got a lot of limitations for this. Colors was the main one, but honestly, that one I can kind of fix. But having to kind of work some of the caricatures in was definitely going to be a challenge. For one, there are a lot of full-body images, and I'm normally not used to making full-body images before. So that was something I kind of had to get used to and try doing.
Right.
Also, drawing backgrounds. I don't really draw backgrounds all that much, so... that's a new challenge, but the good thing is most of the backgrounds are kind of... Well, Dr. Seuss doesn't really draw too many backgrounds.
And they're usually not terribly detailed.
Yeah, so that was at least something I could avoid. But some specific examples were like a side portrait of the one image that I was going to do, where basically where the Grinch is looking down. I've never drawn a side portrait before. I've only ever drawn people looking front. So it was kind of interesting to kind of draw that, and that was actually kind of easy. But the one I'm holding off now is kind of a very busy image. It's one of the images of, like, all the Who's together.
The town shot.
Yeah. Well, it's not really a town shot, it's just, like, them all playing with these weird toys, because Dr. Seuss makes up a lot of weird toys in order to, fit his rhymes, and... I'm only really used to drawing characters, and it's gonna be kind of hard to draw, like, all these weird, like, toys and such, while still having to draw the caricatures.
Well, let me ask you this. You've not procrastinated on the whole project. You've made progress on it.
Yeah.
In doing what you've done so far and being challenged to do what you've done, has it helped you to expand as an artist and get better? Or has it just been so challenging that you're just gritting your teeth to get through it?
Honestly, it really has helped me. For one, I've gotten slightly, like, more comfortable with full-body images now, which I never thought I'd be able to do because I never usually like drawing legs, and now I feel like I might be able to draw legs more often. Backgrounds, I've started getting slightly better at them, because I have tried using backgrounds, and they haven't really gone all that well. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, the side portrait. I actually really like how it came out. It's like the first ever time I even tried that, and I honestly think it looks really good, and, like, is one of my favorite drawings right now, because it just looks really good.
So has the success that you found and the challenges that you've tackled helped you to be less likely to procrastinate on the rest of the project?
I mean, maybe. I'm still, procrastinating on it, but I started gaining, the new skills, and I definitely think if I do have to draw, like, more full body stuff, or more backgrounds, or, like, more side portraits, I'd have a bit more confidence in myself to be able to feel I could be able to draw it.
Well, and that makes perfect sense. So the success that you've run into has helped to improve that level of confidence and really overcome some of that self-doubt. So this stuff does work. Wow. We're not just over here making it up.
Yeah. Playing the victim, I don't think I've ever really done that. I don't really think playing the victim...
You're not much of a victim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfectionism.
Yeah, I think we hit the nail on the head on that one.
Yeah.
And I think your self-doubt plays into your perfectionism too. We kind of talked about that in the last podcast.
Yeah.
So I think if we seem to be making progress on the self-doubt one with successes, little bits of success here and there. And I think with that, that'll lead into your ability to address the perfectionism side of things.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure we'll be able to overcome a lot of what we're talking about here. So let's take our last break, and then we'll come back and talk about how to help your teen.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and procrastination. I almost said perfectionism. I apologize. Luckily, I had enough sense to not.
Good for you.
Anyway, now we're going to be looking at how to help your teen with procrastination. Most of us first learn to procrastinate as a part of our attempts at self-empowerment and resisting authority during our early adolescence. But it's a behavior that becomes more costly the longer it is practiced. Come late adolescence, routine procrastination is no longer about rebelling against parental and other external authority. It becomes an act of rebelling against one's own authority over oneself and results in either taking forever to do what one tells oneself to do or never getting it done at all. It can lay the foundation for much unnecessary adult lifestyle stress.
Parents often try to help teens overcome procrastination by using a system of rewards and punishment. But thanks to the underlying reasons behind procrastination that we've already covered, these solutions rarely work as well as parents hope, leaving both teens and parents confused and frustrated. So how can you help your teen to stop procrastinating if that's something he or she wants to do? Well, the first step is to recognize the problem. So you help your teen overcome procrastination by recognizing it, obviously. So pay attention to your teen's behaviors, especially when it comes to how they go about getting done what needs to be done. If your teen knows something needs doing but seems to avoid it altogether, they're procrastinating. Does your teen feel guilty? Are they exhibiting any signs of anxiety, stress, or depression? Procrastination can be both a cause of and a crutch for dealing with all of these feelings.
Help your teen practice time management. As we discussed, one of the most common reasons for procrastination is simply not understanding how long tasks will take and how to budget our time accordingly. Help your teen prioritize his or her time so that it is as productive as possible, and include time for play. This may include helping them break down large or complex projects into manageable tasks, making use of a calendar or planner, and setting objectives as goals each night for the next day. You need to make sure the goals are clear and come from your teen. Teens need to take ownership of their goals and want to achieve them in order to get to the work done and not procrastinate.
Look for personal difficulties. If helping your teen learn time management skills isn't enough, there may be something else going on. Remember, those suffering from anxiety and perfectionistic tendencies often procrastinate as a means of coping with stress. Peer pressure, low self-esteem, divorce, a death in the family, alcohol or drug abuse, ADHD, financial problems at home, and a whole host of other issues may result in your teen's procrastination. If your child is experiencing anything or exhibits any personality traits that may underlie their procrastination, support them and help them overcome those things, including seeking the help of a teen counselor or a psychologist.
Help your teen find their motivation. Motivation comes easily when a person is doing something that's important to him or her. And if your teen isn't motivated to complete a task, procrastinating that task is a likely outcome. This is the one place where rewards can be helpful. If the task a teen must complete isn't important, work with your teen to create a reward for completing the task that your teen wants.
Let your teen experience the consequence of procrastination. If all else fails, let your teen fail. Now that sounds counterintuitive, I know. Though it may be hard to do, allowing your teen to experience the negative outcomes of procrastinating may be the best way for him or her to learn a valuable lesson and become more responsible. Letting your teen suffer the negative consequences of his or her inaction may be just what they need to recognize that what their behavior is and it needs to change.
Each time your teen procrastinates, just begin the task a little sooner than normal. Instead of fighting the habit, start a new one. Let him or her procrastinate only slightly less than normal by moving up the starting time. As the old habit of procrastination is slowly worn away, your teen will be able to practice better time management, be more productive, and experience less stress and more free time. And as they do, be sure to ask them how they feel and help them reflect on their newfound peace of mind, which is actually something I've never really heard of doing, and it actually sounds kind of interesting.
There you go. See, this stuff does work. Teen procrastination can be a vicious cycle and a difficult problem to solve. However, with persistence, patience, and support, you can help your teen take ownership of both his or her successes and failures, overcome procrastination, and move forward into adulthood with self-confidence and optimism. So what do you think works best for you to overcome your procrastination?
Let's see. I guess a lot of the times it's kind of just finding my motivation. That's kind of how I do with a lot of my creative stuff, like with the drawings. A lot of the times it kind of takes me a minute to like motivate myself to actually want to do the drawings. Like, there's like some spark in me that goes off, like, oh hey, maybe I should be getting this done, like, I have ideas or something like that, or like, this is how I want to represent this, or like, I come up with an idea and that's kind of what my motivation would be, thus that motivates me to get my idea and basically complete it.
So your solution really is a self-initiated form of motivation then?
Most of the time, yeah.
Are there any external forces that motivate you? Is it deadlines? Is it mommy or daddy breathing down your neck about it? Is it your teachers? What from an external perspective tends to motivate you to get things done?
Well, deadlines are definitely good motivators for me. You guys breathing down my neck is also a pretty good motivator, because, like, you know, whenever you say I probably should be doing something, that, like, okay, you know, maybe I should get this thing done.
But do they serve are they more reminders or are they motivators to you? They almost sound more like they're reminders. That beep's getting angrier and angrier.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the time, they may be reminders, but I tend to use them as motivators for the most part.
Okay. Like
deadline, that is a reminder that I need to get it done, but knowing that I need to get it done, I use that drive to motivate me in order to get it done so that I can meet that deadline.
Okay, that makes sense. Whatever works.
You guys breathing down my neck about something is a reminder that I should probably get that thing done because I don't want you people annoying me about it.
Aha, see? Me being annoying is constructive. I knew it.
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Whatever it takes to get it done, right? You know, parents can help their kids out with this, with calendars, with subtle reminders, with providing the technology needed to track things. By helping you out, you know, I love doing projects with you. If you get school projects and stuff, I like doing that, and maybe that's a good motivator. Anything, you know, but I think it's one of those things that parents kind of have to instill that in their kids at an early age. So I think that was about it. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and finish up the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
Be right back.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just want to say that procrastination is entirely normal. I'm pretty sure most people go through it, and although it is definitely a very annoying problem to have to deal with, it can be fixed like most problems. As long as you're able to get the drive in order to help you succeed, whatever it may be, I definitely would recommend finding some type of motivation or find some way in order to help you stop procrastinating. And if you do procrastinate once in a while, that's totally fine. As long as you don't make a habit out of it, you should be fine.
All right. Sage advice as always, and I'm cutting my head off there now. Look at that. What is going on with that? Like it keeps moving around. It's weird. Anyway, I think that was it. Before we do go, I would once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon Music, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. We are looking for show suggestions, feedback on how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can get us on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 129, Feminism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my independent and extremely capable co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. So this is your first weekend in quite some time without having marching band activities.
Yay.
What's it like having your weekends back?
Well, it's nice that I actually have time to relax. And, I actually do chores now, so.
That is definitely nice. We're glad that you do chores now as well. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about feminism. Now, this was a topic that you had come up with. And when we came up with the concept of this, we had originally planned on finding a subject matter expert to come in and do this. Unfortunately, we kind of got caught up on timing and lining up guests and stuff like that. So instead of doing this with a subject matter expert, I thought it would be best to get your take on feminism and your thoughts on it and, use the research that you had to kind of drive the discussion. Just a caveat here, total disclosure here. I'm not a woman, so I don't pretend to fully grasp all the concepts of feminism. However, I will say that I am much more aware of it now and much more appreciative of it now and of the treatment of women in general. Thanks largely because of you. I found I am much more sympathetic to the issues that women face now because I don't want you to have to face a lot of these issues that are traditionally out there. I don't want you to face the boundaries. I don't want someone telling you you can't be what you want. You can't earn the money that you deserve. So I'm far more empowered, I think, now in my knowledge of feminist issues. And I'm far more supportive of feminist type movements to help young women like you so that you don't have to face that kind of oppression moving forward in life. So we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about feminism. We'll take a look at what feminism today is and what it's been over its more than 170 years of history. We'll explore the 4 waves of feminism and talk about the advances each has brought and their differences. And then we'll explore some of the problems with modern feminism before we finish up with suggestions on ways to promote feminism. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our audio, our listening, and our viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. We would also encourage our listeners and viewers to write into us, give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions, tell us how we can improve things. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can reach out to us through our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right, let's get this going. So understanding feminism. So like we normally do in our podcast, we'll take the segments that we have, we'll split them up into different segments, different sections, and then we'll each kind of deal with different sections. So I thought understanding feminism would be a very safe one for me because it's very important that I do understand it. So this comes to us from humanrightscareers.com. Feminism is one of the oldest movements in history, and while there is no single definition for it, feminism boils down to ending gender discrimination and creating gender equality. There are many types of feminism, but instead of isolating all of them, feminism can be divided into waves. This is one of the most common metaphors to describe feminism and explain its movements. However, this system does have flaws, pertaining to the oversimplifying a complicated history of values, ideas, and people in conflict with each other. With this simplification, people can believe that feminism's history was straightforward, but it was really a lot messier. There are many sub-movements that built on and fought with each other. The wave metaphor doesn't tell the whole story, but it's a good start. So why don't you start us with the 4 waves? So
first up we have the first wave. So this wave takes place in the 19th century. While it wasn't the first appearance of feministic ideals, it represents the first real political movement for the Western world. In 1848, inspired by Mary Wollstonecraft's book entitled Vindication of the Rights of Women, published in 1792, about 200 women met at a church and picked 12 resolutions asking for specific rights, like the right to vote. After years of feminist activism, Congress finally passed the 19th Amendment in 1920 that gave women the right to vote. This was almost 30 years after New Zealand became the first country where women could vote. First wave feminism had one simple goal: to have society recognize that women are humans, not property. Unfortunately, this wave of feminism was focused on white women's rights, which would later haunt newer versions of feminism.
So first wave feminism started, if we mark it with the start of the release of the book in 1792, it didn't really start to see any of its efforts start to bear fruit until 1920. That's an awful long time to have a movement with very little going on. Yeah,
that's like almost 200 years at that point.
Yeah, you're looking at a very long time. And obviously New Zealand was ahead of us on that one. But the one point that they do make here is that they're talking about white women's rights. And nowadays, that's, given today's society, that's a very significant statement to make. But at the time, the way society was shaped, I guess I could say, it was not uncommon. Because, all women had rights issues. But you figure back in 1792, slavery was still legal in the United States. Yeah. So when that movement started, you weren't seeing anybody fight really at all for slaves' rights. You may have had some abolitionist movements start up there to at least look for slaves' freedoms, but to actually fight for equal rights was unheard of until the 20th century. You had some of that in the 1800s after the Civil War, but real civil rights and equal rights for African American women is still a struggle to this day. So the second wave feminism took place in the 1960s and 70s. It built on first wave feminism and challenged what a woman's role in society should be. The activists focused on the institutions that held women back. This meant taking a closer look at why women were oppressed. Traditional gender and family rules were questioned, and the queer theory became more established. There were major victories in this area, including the Equal Pay Act of 1963 and various Supreme Court cases. This wave created three main types of feminism, which include mainstream or liberal, radical, and cultural. Mainstream feminism focused on institutional reforms, which meant reducing gender discrimination, giving women access to male-dominated spaces, and promoting equality. Radical feminism wanted to reshape society entirely, stating the system was inherently meant as a male-dominating and ruling system, and that only an overhaul would bring liberation. It resisted the belief that men and women were basically the same. Cultural feminism had a similar view and thought that there is a female essence that is distinct from men. What are your thoughts on second wave feminism? Did you have any insights or thoughts on it?
Well, I definitely think it was a pretty important step because not only was it hoping for women to get similar rights as men, but now they're starting to get into more male-dominated spaces, and thus people started to realize that, they're able to do similar things to men, so it was a pretty big step in the long run for feminism in general.
Yeah, and they talk about the Equal Pay Act of 1963. That was helpful, but it was not problem solving, because even today you still have a pay gap between men and women that we struggle to resolve.
Yeah.
And we've got laws on the books that say you're not allowed to do that, but society still pushes unequal standards like that. Mm-hmm. What was third wave?
So, thanks to the victories of second wave feminism, women enjoyed more rights and power going into the 1990s. They were able to think about other aspects of their identity, welcoming individuality and rebellion. This was an era of reclaiming. Many women more freely expressed their sexuality in how they spoke, dressed, and acted. This sometimes bewildered second-wave feminists, many of whom had resisted traditional femininity. While many ideas and mini-movements swirled around this time, the one rule was that there weren't rules. A woman could choose how she lived her life. Third-wave feminists also became more conscious of race. Don't know why I was going to say conscientious. I don't know why. While mainstream first and second wave feminists had largely ignored or neglected racial disparities within gender, the third wave paid more attention. When the internet became more commonplace, it was even easier to hear perspectives and ideas from feminists around the world. Feminism was expanding.
So that's a very good point. So third wave feminism, you were in the third wave feminism. Do you consider yourself feminist?
Well, I definitely do wish for equal rights for all genders. Although I'm definitely not as vocal with it as I think most people are. I definitely do have strong opinions about this kind of stuff, and how I do want us to want to see eventually total gender equality for everyone.
And I do as well. And like I said at the start of the show, I don't want you to have to face the inability to do something or be something that you want just because of your gender. Gender discrimination is to me, it's very similar to racial discrimination. And it's the fact that there are differences. There's differences in race, there's differences in culture and religion, and there's differences in gender. For us to stigmatize or to discriminate against someone because they're different than we are is really a flawed philosophy. Mm-hmm. This country was built on diversity. And that diversity is what made us stronger. You celebrate that diversity. You don't ostracize it. You don't push it to the side. Nobody gained from that.
Yeah.
Having that diversity of cultures and influence makes the society a better place. It's just a shame that it's taking so long to get to that point.
Yeah.
So that brings us to fourth wave feminism. Some believe we're still in third wave of feminism, since this wave isn't much of a shift from the third one. However, with the Me Too movement and the number of attacks on women's rights, many believe we're in a new wave. Social media activism has propelled the movement firmly into the technological age. It builds on the third wave's emphasis on inclusivity and asks hard questions about what empowerment, equality, and freedom really mean. Fourth wave feminism continues to reckon with intersectionality. Critics of, quote, white feminism, which ignores the unique struggles of women of color, expose how non-white feminists and ideas have been and continue to be suppressed. Trans rights are a big part of this conversation, too. Feminism has often been an unwelcoming and hostile place for trans women and others who rejected the gender binary. Many fourth-wave feminists are working to combat this exclusion. As with every wave before, and probably after it, the fourth wave is complex. It encompasses many movements that both complement and clash with each other. The tension is unavoidable. While some types of feminism can have harmful impacts, having a variety of voices makes feminism more inclusive and successful. Let me ask you, and we've done a podcast on, gender equality in the past. Where do you think gender equality as far as the trans community fits into feminism?
I feel that now the people are starting to look more at the fact that feminism isn't really just about getting rights for women, but rights for all genders. Because, a lot of the time, trans people are really having struggles with getting rights. And, just look at the fact of how, schools aren't allowing various trans kids to compete in sports of the gender they wish to be known as, because they're supposed to be in the ones where they were supposed to be in the sports where the gender was assigned to them.
They're biologically assigned gender, yeah.
Yeah, and even the fact that you have to keep women and men separate in sports for school is also kind of something that a lot of people have been discussing, and that's probably if we actually do and are able to solve that, that would probably also help with trans people. But we're really facing a pretty major issue with that, and I definitely think that that now we should really be including other genders as opposed to just females, and just basically make it so that all genders have the same equality.
So there was one particular event, I suppose, that kind of hit home on this one, and you and Mommy used to go to a annual retreat called Where Women Gather. Mm-hmm. And you'd go away for 4 or 5 days or so and do all kinds of different activities, and it was really a feminist type of empowerment and support type of environment to be in. And it exploded with some controversy when there was some concern about including trans women with that program as well, because it was a women-only retreat, and there was a decision that was made that quite forcefully excluded trans women from the retreat moving forward. How did that make you feel? Because I know, Mommy stopped going, and a lot of supporters stopped going to the event after that. But how did that personally make you feel? You were kind of young at the time, but I'm curious what your impression was with that.
Well, I definitely realized. So when I was young, I really didn't know much about trans people or trans women in general. I didn't really know a lot about the movement, and I really didn't know much about the community in general. But when I started hearing it more, I kind of realized that, yeah, the retreat was kind of making some mistakes, because I know one of the people we had met with was a trans woman, and they weren't going to be able to go to Where Women Gather because, trans women. So I definitely felt that Where Women Gather was supposed to be an inclusive place where, all of us were able to work together and just be just a community on our own. And when I realized it was kind of rejecting certain people from the community, it kind of made me really not want to go there anymore.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was definitely something that I think you and Mommy enjoyed and benefited from, and I think a lot of people benefited from it. And to sort of take that support system away because of an inability to understand and integrate the diversity. Again, it's discrimination no matter how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break and come back, and we're going to talk about the problems with modern feminism, and hopefully I won't get too much hate mail by talking about that as a man. So we'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about feminism. So let's talk about the problems with modern feminism. I didn't write these myself. These come from an article on medium.com. Today, feminism is known as a very touchy subject. If someone asks you if you're a feminist, regardless of your gender, there seems to be no right answer. The subject can cause conflicts among people in its recent controversies. Let's talk about some of the modern problems with feminism nowadays and the various controversies surrounding it. So what's our first one?
So the first one might be a little hard for me to pronounce, but I'll try my best. Feminism is against femininity.
That was pretty good.
Thanks.
Better than I did. Good thing we switched.
Yeah. So it's somewhat ironic how so many feminists are against all things associated with the term feminine. This is mainly about how these feminists shame other women for making career, clothing, or other choices to something that was traditionally feminine. The thing is that you can make a couldn't
last the whole time, huh?
I'm trying. This is a hard segment to read. The thing is that you can be a feminist and acknowledge that femininity and masculinity, which is much easier to say apparently, exist as concepts and not as exact science. It is hard to campaign for female power and femininity when feminists turn against the same traits and interests that were belittled by men long ago. We could risk going full circle and creating the slippery slope that feminists of the past tried to eradicate.
So what are your thoughts on this? I know you're not a very, and I'm going to get hate mail for this, I'm sure, but you're not a very frou-frou. You don't wear pink a lot. You don't wear what, and I'll just blame society here. You don't wear what modern society refers to as overly feminine apparel. You don't wear a lot of skirts or dresses or anything like that. You don't really like that sort of stuff. You're not comfortable in it. What are your thoughts on on women who do that? And what are your thoughts on women who don't do that?
I'm perfectly fine with anyone who does. Like, I don't, like, immediately look at a female who is wearing a skirt and go, like, oh, that's, ugh. I don't do that. I'm not that kind of person. And, like, and I know that there's a term that, like, is basically a stereotype, which would consider me a tomboy, which Mommy doesn't really like to use that term on me, because really, it shouldn't really be a term. It's more of a stereotype rather than describing my fashion sense, really.
Sure, and I think I'm with Mommy on that, is that I don't like labels in general, because labels tend to pigeonhole you into you trying to be what that label is, even subconsciously. But your own ability to wear what you want, dress how you want. Let me just ask you, why do you not dress girly, we'll say? And I know I'll get hate mail for that one.
It's fine. I don't dress in what society would consider girls typically dress in, mainly because I don't really find it comfortable. I always find that dresses just feel weird to me. I don't like dressing, like, fancy. I don't typically like having my hair down or having it done in any fancy way. As you can tell, it's really not all that fancy. I really just tie it back, and that's kind of it. I don't wear skirts because I kind of like the fact of feeling shorts or pants. I don't really like the feeling of skirts or dresses, because I kind of prefer shorts and pants over just feeling like it's a bit more loose than that. Hoodies. I think they're very comfortable. I find, like, extreme comfort in hoodies, and
So you're not trying to make some kind of societal statement or statement against feminism by dressing the way you do. You dress the way you do because it's comfortable.
yeah, and, like, I don't have any grudge against women who want to dress in what society thinks that women should dress in.
Right.
Like, I don't think that clothing should really kind of define our gender or anything like that. The good thing is, people have kind of started to accept the fact that women start wearing this kind of stuff. And thing is, I don't want people to start shaming women for wearing traditional feminine clothing. And, like, I also don't want it to be, like, just having the traditional role in general, like just wanting to be a simple housewife. I don't think shaming that would be good at all. And I think if we really do want to have gender equality, we're giving them the option. And if they want to be what was traditionally feminine, they should. They should have that option. But, like, they shouldn't just have that. They should have other options. That's kind of what I'm trying to get across with this.
I'm with you. Choice and non-judgmental consequences. I'm totally with you there. You should be able to choose what you want, and nobody should judge you for it.
Yeah.
However you want to live your life. As long as you're not hurting somebody else, you're fine.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be the first one to tell you that my number one philosophy when it comes to getting dressed in the morning is what's comfortable. Hence why I wear Hawaiian shirts all the time. I worked at a job where I had to wear a suit and tie for a very long time and did not like doing that, and I don't do that anymore. You know, it's you find the things that you do not do well and do not do them.
Yeah.
So the next thing that we have is gender-neutral feminism. Because nowadays people identify as something other than male or female, a gender-neutral term should represent the inclusivity and intentions of this movement, to banish gender inequalities in all forms affecting all people. Many people see feminism as more woman-led and female-promoting movement. Any men a part of this movement are more so known as allies rather than actual members. This is harmful and suggests that it isn't their fight too when it really is. Feminism is for everyone, despite what its name suggests. It's bad that this belief is thought to only encapsulate the injustices of women when other gender injustices should be included. Now, and I have to say, I'm guilty of this myself for the longest time. I didn't feel I was qualified to consider myself a member of the feminist movement itself because I wasn't female. And kind of being a male puts me on the outside a little bit because there are certain things that I'll never understand that women have to go through. I'll never comprehend some of the difficulties. I'll certainly never understand the consequences of the injustices. I just, I can read about them, I can hear about them, and I can sympathize with them. But it's the same thing with racial injustice. I can sympathize with Black Lives Matter, and I can get angry at the injustice and the discrimination. But because I'm a white man, I can never really fully appreciate, the feeling that a black man getting pulled over on the side of the street by a police officer, that anxiety that they feel because of society. I'll never feel the hurt or the damage of working in a company knowing that no matter how good I do my job, because I'm a certain gender, I'm never going to make the same amount as the opposite gender that does the same job as me, the same level that I do. I'll never experience that. And I'm of the mindset that it's difficult to be fully invested in something if you can't experience the entire gambit of what's there. So I consider myself firmly in the allies category because of that. And I don't think that diminishes my support for wanting you to be equal. I get very angry when mommy comes home and tells me the things that happen to her that deep down inside, I think they happen to her because she's a female, not because of any competence issue, because mommy is highly competent, probably the most competent person that can do what she does at her job. And I think she gets mistreated a lot of times there because it's a male-run company. And there's gender bias that happens everywhere. And a lot of times that gender bias is not intentional. People don't set out to be biased against women, but it's been so ingrained in society for so long that people just do it by default. So for me, it angers me to see stuff like that, but I can't be a feminist because I can't experience it myself and understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about men that contribute to the feminist movement?
I do feel that it's important for men to also contribute to this because we're gonna make larger differences when men also realize this and realize the injustices done with gender equality and how we need to move forward with it. And I definitely think gaining men's support would definitely help move the movement along.
I agree 100%. I agree. What's next up?
Next up, we have Just a Woman's Fight. Despite the progress the United States has made over the decades, no one country has 100% gender equality. Back then, the task was to elevate women's rights at the most basic level. Nowadays, while the world is still has a long way to go to reach full gender equality, this movement should expand to the full range of gender discrimination issues with the modern world. From toxic masculinity to the unfair bias against fathers when it comes to child custody battles. The idea that women are the ideal caregivers and not men hurts everyone. Just because the norm is that men are more privileged than women doesn't mean we should ignore the very real issues that men also face. While many women want to step away from the roles assigned to them in the past, like the home giver, men are starting to wish to take up some of those roles for themselves. All genders should be allowed to determine what they want their role to be without judgment.
Now, this is an interesting one here because this is really a very modernist idea of things where men and women are swapping those home roles, I should say. You think of what it meant to be a homemaker, all right? So I go back to my parents. My parents had a very 1950s mentality. My father went off to work. My mother stayed home and took care of the house. She cooked, she cleaned, she made sure the bills were paid and everything was running. And really, she ran the household. My father never gave her any credit for that, though. And the amount of effort that she put into it was astonishing. My father thought he did all the work because he was a common laborer. He'd go off to work 5 days a week and he'd unload tractor trailers, which was hard work. I did it myself for a little while. It's hard work to do, and he did it for like 40 years. But he never really appreciated the effort that was required to make sure there was a meal on the table every day when he got home, or to make sure that there was food in the refrigerator when you wanted something, or that the bills were paid and that the utilities weren't getting shut off and that the house was clean and that the laundry was getting done. And what he failed to appreciate, which I saw because I helped my mom, a lot during those years, was that he would go out and work an 8-hour day and come home and be done. And the homemaker doesn't work a convenient 8-hour day. They're always on the clock,
Mm-hmm.
And they don't get weekends off. And it gave me an appreciation for the efforts that were required. And I'm guilty of probably not being as participatory in a lot of those things as I probably should be. But it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the efforts that's involved. And I think part of the irony of today is some of the men today are moving into some of these more, what were traditionally women's roles, and they're finally starting to get an appreciation for what's involved. My father was never exposed to having to do laundry. There was one brief period of time that he had to change diapers for his granddaughter, and he totally panicked and couldn't manage it because he never did anything like that. There was nothing domesticated at all about my father. And he didn't appreciate that until much later in life when, he was on his deathbed and he saw everything that was involved in that because he couldn't go off to work anymore. He was home, he was sick, he was on disability, and he saw everything that my mother did to care for him and to keep the house running. And sadly, it took that long for him to really appreciate what she did. So in today's society, seeing that gender switch is really a good thing, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think it's good that men are really starting to appreciate, how much women really played a part in making sure that they were, ready. And it's nice to see how men are actually starting to take on that role for themselves and are kind of starting to break their gender biases, because men also have pretty hardcore gender biases. I know that there's this whole mentality that this generation of men is weak, and really they're not. Just because they're actually starting to feel things and be less focused on what was traditionally masculine, I honestly think they're getting a lot stronger. A lot emotionally stronger. Not just physically, but they're getting a lot more emotionally stronger, they're starting to open up more, and they're starting to learn the struggles that women originally went through and are starting to kind of go through it themselves and realize that they did a lot, and they're starting to really find appreciation for it.
Very good point. The one thing that I do think is worth mentioning, and that's the fact that there are physical differences and there are intellectual differences between men and women. And I don't mean that as a negative.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, I mean that more as a positive for women. To think of a man going through childbirth is... I can't have a cold without whining like a little baby. I could never imagine myself going through childbirth. And, women from a mental standpoint, their ability to multitask, and that's one thing I give my mother credit for. She could mentally juggle 12 things at once, keep everything in the air at the same time, and still give attention to her kids and make sure that everything was running smoothly in the house. And men just can't do that. And you go beyond that to literally physical differences that advantages that women have. You know, I mean, you look at scientifically. One of the documentaries that I had watched was on the Mercury women, the women who actually trained to be astronauts, and how they were able to handle some of the tests that the men who went into space had to face. They did the same exact test. One of them was an isolation chamber, and they were trying to simulate what it would be like floating in a capsule in space for hours by yourself. And the men, they lasted maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes or something like that. And the women could last for hours in there. So it shows a different way of thinking, a different mentality, and how you shouldn't discriminate against those things. Those are the things that you celebrate. Those are the things that make us better as a society. And this is one of those things where men are starting to appreciate what these traits that were traditionally female-led positions require, and the struggles. And when you have that appreciation, it makes you much more sympathetic to gender equality. The last one that we have here is body-based feminism, and this is kind of more of an afterthought, and they kind of put it into perspective. They say this new breed of feminism revolves around first world problems like body hair and the inclusion of obese models in fitness magazines, and neglects some of the world's most horrific ongoing gender-based violence, such as forced marriage and much more brutal problems. While these issues do matter, we need to be mindful that other people are facing different battles. So these are definitely issues that need to be acknowledged, but they're definitely not top of the line world impacting problems that we probably need to focus on. That was it for this segment. We're going to take our last break. We'll come back, and then you'll tell us ways to promote good feminism.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about feminism, and now we're going to talk about ways to promote good feminism. And I'm going to try my best to put the source. Never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about that, because we never were able to pronounce that.
Yeah, we'll
put it in the show notes.
Yeah, well, it's in the show notes. So, first up, we have make use of social, print, and electronic media. Highlight the issue at hand and help your teen understand it better by writing blogs, sharing articles, or perhaps create live videos with meaningful messages. But don't just stop at that. Social media is a very important tool with an impact far more outreaching than we can ever imagine. Challenge and counteract media that intentionally or unintentionally undermines women's rights. Make sure your voice is heard by raising your concern and registering your complaints where they are appropriate. We also have call out inequality. Even small acts of resistance can make a difference. Sometimes people do not realize what's wrong until someone points it out. so don't hesitate to point out and raise awareness in suitable ways.
Support nonprofit organizations working for women. There's a plethora of organizations that are tirelessly working hard to defend women's rights. Many women have fought to give us what we today enjoy as basic rights. By we, I mean women, obviously. Women are more empowered, confident, and bold than they ever were. However, in many parts of the world, women are still being abused, deprived of education, and much worse. Attacks and other horrible acts are done to hundreds of women around the world, and they need support. Recent women's marches around the world clearly evidenced what we are capable of when we organize and mobilize.
Elicit support from men. Hashtag #HeForShe was launched in September 2014 as a movement that aims to inspire and encourage men to take action against gender inequality. While gender equality discussions are mostly surrounding women, to truly gain full equality for women, don't dismiss support and help from men. Encourage them to step up and play their part in the movement. And finally, we have mentor goals and raise their aspiration. No. I said goals, not girls. My apologies. The last up, we have mentor girls and raise their aspirations. It is important to support and empower young girls nowadays. When you empower young girls, you are raising the quality of life for everyone. It's these very girls that will lead children by example, lead businesses, lead communities, and even lead the country one day. By mentoring and raising their aspirations, we're laying the ground for a future generation of women who have the power to crush stereotypes and rise above all challenges. Even little actions count and can potentially make a huge difference. Your one step forward could possibly inspire several others to do the same.
The one other thing that I would add to that we don't have in the script here, and that's give credit to the women that are leading by example. For good example, you're one teacher at school. You had an experience with a substitute teacher in her class, and that substitute teacher had made, again, one of those disparaging remarks that society normally would simply ignore and move on, but it was a gender disparaging comment that was, and I don't want to get into specifics, but it was basically, don't do something that way as a girl because girls can't do it as good. It was basically, that was the gist of it. And it bothered you, and it should. It should bother all of us when somebody says and does something like that. And you came home and we talked about it. We had suggested, letting your teacher know, because she seemed like she was the type of person who would be supportive of you in trying to make a difference. And give us that story. Give us the details of that story.
So I was going to mention this at some point, but in my engineering and my physics class, for the academy, I will say it's not very female dominated. In fact, there's only one other female besides me in the class. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of mainly male dominated, but for the most part I was never really discriminated for it. This was the one exception. Because the other female, Melody, was in the library, I was
Names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Yes. I was basically the only female in the room, and when he did say this remark, I kind of felt uncomfortable. Just because I was the only female in the room.
So what did he say?
Basically, he was talking to some of the other guys in my class, kind of like going about the whole, kind of a similar thing to this generation of men is kind of weak, but he wasn't saying it specifically. It was kind of just like, I don't know what the boys were doing, but he was kind of mentioning how they're not like strong or something, and then he said, the exact comment is, I've seen girls that are stronger than you, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. it was like kind of just saying that, like, one, it was about, the whole talk about men aren't as strong as they used to be, and I kind of already mentioned that, but it also kind of undermined me because, again, only female in the room kind of didn't really make me feel all that well, and it made me very uncomfortable because I know he wasn't doing anything inherently wrong, and the good thing was it wasn't directed directly towards me, but the comment still didn't really sit right with me. So basically, I don't know if I'm guessing it was the next time I saw my teacher. I basically went into a separate area with her and told her about the incident, and the good thing was she was actually extremely supportive, and being a female in the science field, she actually experienced a very similar feeling and thus had a very strong opinion toward it. And the good thing was, she definitely helped make action to it. She notified the principal, I met with him and told him about the incident, and he was also very supportive about it, and it was really nice. And it ended up with my science teacher actually allowing me to go with Melody to the library if I ever did happen to have that same substitute.
So I guess my moral of the story here is that when these things happen, and they will continue to happen until humans evolve beyond the point of gender discrimination, and I don't know when that's going to be, but when they do happen, you have to have the courage to stand up for what's right. You have to have the courage to say, look, that's not right, that's wrong, that's the wrong attitude, that's exclusionary, that's discriminating, that's insulting. And you have to have people like your science teacher who are there to support you. You can't be expected to do it all on your own. And the fact that you have people at your school that are willing to provide that level of support is very encouraging. So when you see this happen, so if you see an injustice, do something about it. But when you see others that support you and have your back and help you to try to overcome those, give those people credit. They deserve the credit for being revolutionary enough and brave enough to stand up for the right thing. And you deserve credit for having the courage to say something. Because, yes, there's only 2 females that are in the class, but I doubt that's the only class that this particular individual has exposure to. So by standing up for yourself, you are directly standing up for every other female in the school that this person's going to come across. And other people might not have that level of courage, so you made a difference. And I think you deserve a pat on the back for that.
Thank you.
Anything else before we go? I think that was all we had material-wise.
I think we just seem pretty good.
Okay. Well, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up the business of the podcast. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that I believe feminism doesn't just include women, it includes every other gender, and just the fact that we are still trying to reach gender equality. And while we definitely have a long ways to go, we are definitely making progress. And I just want to say, I want to support anyone that is going to stand up against any form of injustice, whether that be for gender, race, religion, etc. Just know that speaking out against any kind of injustice will definitely have a positive impact going forward. And I definitely want people to support total gender equality. And I don't want people to be in the community to be against each other or against original ideas, because all genders should have equal rights and should be able to choose how they live.
Very well said. I could not agree with you more.
Thank you.
I think this went well. I think we presented it in a way that should minimize the hate mail that I get for this now. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. We'd love to get show suggestions and some idea of what you want us to talk about, what you want us not to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can get us at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 130, Marching Band. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my musical and talented co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. Today we are joined by special guests, the directors of Madison's marching band, Mr. John Porco and Amanda Lakis Porco. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thanks so much for joining us for this. I know we wanted to do this early on, and things have just been so crazy with the band and everything else. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to talk to us today.
Of course.
So in today's episode, we're going to talk about what marching band is. We'll explore what's involved as far as time commitments. We'll talk about what skills are honed in marching band, not all of which are musical. We'll also take a look at some of the less obvious benefits teens gain that will stay with them for a lifetime. Are we ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right, let's do this. All right, so Let's first get to know our directors. So tell us a little bit about yourselves. What's your personal marching band history? How long you've been involved? How long you've been directing? That sort of thing.
So I'll get started. I've been involved for 15 years in marching band performing and instructing. I went to Lenape High School, where I was a freshman, just marching for the first time, and then taught at Deptford as well as Apsagamie High School. I realized at the end of the season that I just wrapped up my 10th year directing, which is kind of crazy. Those years fly by.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
I've been in the activity since 2003, and I started instructing in 2009. So since then, I have worked with Cherokee High School, Apsagamie High School, and most recently Deptford High School, where I've been the assistant director, I guess, for three years now.
3 years, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That is great. So what do you guys do? Do you share the same duties? Do you handle different aspects of, I don't know, the musical side, the creative side? Can you kind of explain sort of what you guys are both responsible for?
So this is an ongoing work in progress for us on sharing duties. We definitely have our own strengths. There's some things that we share and we kind of butt heads with, but we always prevail with the greater one on top. But generally, I'm the music director. Amanda is our visual director. We'll obviously cross over in those aspects occasionally. Amanda's obviously a music teacher. I've done visual for many years, but we try to stay in our lane for the most part. And then administratively, we split up a lot of stuff. I mean, Amanda is the most organized human being I know. So I try to defer to her with as much as I can. I try to be organized, but she always outdoes me. So we do split our duties pretty evenly.
And I have to kind of speak a little from experience because I was there for the one practice and I got to see how you guys interacted with the band, and it was almost a synchronicity the way that you guys, as you were making corrections here and there, you have one person that was up in the booth, one person down on the field, and it was a very cooperative feel to it. So it was very interesting.
Definitely.
What motivated you guys to become band directors?
I would say it would be my experience in high school marching band. There's so much to take out of that experience, not just, as a musician, as a performer, but, life skills, discipline, the relationships that you build are really unique and special. And I was inspired by my director, who provided me that experience as a student. I was really inspired to kind of, explore what it might take to become a music educator.
That's actually a really interesting way to look at it. What obviously without giving away any trade secrets, what's the secret sauce? What do you guys have together that makes you different and makes your band special?
I don't know if we figured that out yet.
I guess something cool that we do, at least, is we design our own shows. I know a lot of programs you can buy like music, you could buy arrangements, you could buy drill. But we try to keep everything in-house. I think that's important because not saying we're like the most creative directors on the circuit. Like, I think there's a lot of really awesome directors that are creating some really cool shows out there. But when you're designing your own show, you're really designing it for the students that you have specifically. So you're able to kind of gauge throughout the spring and summer, where everyone's at and what level you think that they can get to. And you could really max out each student to their abilities.
Oh, that's great. That's great. What do you guys get out of it? What's the most enjoyment that you get out of directing band?
I would just say, watching where the kids start in the beginning of year and where they can end, and just, to see that success repeated, over and over again. It brings us great joy because, you're being very, very demanding, but you're asking for the best from these kids. And that, you're building such an outstanding experience and outlet for them. It's a ton of work, but it makes it worth it. And it's, why we keep coming back every year.
And that's actually a great lead in for the next question is, what kind of impact do you see marching band having on these members? As a parent of a new marching band member, I've seen non-musical impacts. What kind of impacts do you guys see?
Well, I think the most important thing that we like to look for in our programs is character. We want to make sure that we're creating an environment where, the students can just see on a regular basis, whether it's an instructor or, a fellow marching band member, of like how you want to present yourself every day. And that goes, like you said, beyond music, beyond marching band, just a way that you carry yourself. And I think another big thing is like confidence. That's where you're going to see a lot of growth from your child. If you have a child doing marching band, they're out there all the time. They are in situations like band camp and these competitions where you look back like 12 months and you probably would have never put yourself in that situation. But the level of confidence that you gain through the activity is unbelievable, and that carries over for anything. Yeah.
And I would definitely agree with that. I wasn't in band myself. My musical talent could probably fit into a thimble, unfortunately. I was a choir boy, so I was in choir. But there was a lot of kids that were in choir that were in marching band. And I knew from that it was such a tight-knit group. And I didn't really appreciate that until we were exposed to it. And it's, even though it's a competitive environment as you go up against other bands, just the fact that we were coming back from the one competition and you had one band passing the other, wishing them good luck, go out there, knock them dead, that sort of thing. And just that overall support and encouragement just blew me away. I've never seen anything like that in a competitive environment. And it was really touching to see.
Absolutely. It's a whole community, and you see it between the students, but you also see it between, different programs and directors. We have friends who do the same thing that we do with other schools. And we couldn't be bigger fans and more supportive of each other. It's a really cool community to be a part of.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the biggest benefit that I think I've seen so far. And Madison was fortunate enough to experience that early on, because she kind of struggled early on there, didn't really find her place right off the bat. And just the band members that stepped up and gave her that pat on the back or helped her get over one of those little problems she had. It was just fantastic to see the support all the way across the board.
Totally. Yeah. Because we try to tell the upperclassmen, you've been there, you've been a rookie.
Yeah.
And those first couple months are the hardest. They really are. There's so much new stuff being thrown at you. And I think our upperclassmen this year did an outstanding job in being that support system for the rookies throughout the summer and fall.
So do you guys, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said I'm sure Madison can attest to that as well. Support system that she was able to find.
Yeah,
definitely.
So do you guys have former members come back after they graduate to keep in touch and help out and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much any student that is going into the field of music, I stay in touch with. I'm always there as a resource if they need help or, any paperwork or anything that I can do to make their lives easier. I'm there. And then we have a lot of alumni coming and working for us. This past season, Brian was a graduate of mine. But even before that, it seems like almost every year we have alumni coming back on, and it's really cool to see them.
That's great.
At that level. Yeah.
That's awesome. So Madison, you had a couple of questions to ask.
Yep. So the first one's kind of vague. So what is marching band? What's involved? What should a new member just joining need to know? Kind of like the basics.
It's a lot.
Sure. So the style of marching band that we do here is a competitive style. So a little bit more involved, a little bit more demanding, a little bit more athletic than what some other programs might get into. But I guess the summary of it would be musicians and performers putting together a production on the field that is both musical and visual simultaneously.
Okay.
Sums it up, right?
I think that doesn't give away any secrets with that answer.
Yep.
And the second part of your question, Madison, you said what would a new member need to know getting involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We say pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
Actually, we take have taken kids who have never played an instrument before, kids who are learning something new right off the bat. If you think about the color guard element of our group, spinning the flags and different equipment, there's no outlet for that before marching band. They didn't have a previous experience. They may have danced. So that's a brand new experience. Most people don't have experience coming into. We've taught people instruments. We've switched people from one instrument to another instrument. And while it certainly helps for kids to have a little bit of background in music, they learn a little bit quicker. But we would never turn anybody down who wanted to be a part of what we've got going on here.
That's
I think
great.
that was great. I'm going to add just a quick thing outside of that was like the perfect answer. But the big things we do look for is someone that has like a good work ethic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't need the experience, but it is, as Madison can attest to, it's a big time commitment. And if you're there, you're ready to work, you're ready to better yourself every single moment of the day, you're going to be extremely successful in this program. And then, like I said, the other thing is just the time commitment, just understanding that, you're working with us through the summer and fall. A lot of people get surprised when the fall comes around. They're like, wow, I didn't know these competitions were all this stuff. And like, yeah, this is what we do this for, these performances, these competitions. So just want to sneak that in there.
Okay, fair enough.
So how is marching band different from other band electives?
I think what we talked about earlier, it's that family vibe that takes place in marching band, which you kind of get in the other ensembles. But I think when you're around some people so much like you are in marching band, especially band camp, where you're there Monday through Friday for 12 hours a day, you get to that weird feeling towards like your friends and stuff where you like hate them and you like love them at the same time. And it's just
So it's like family.
it really, yeah, you just like, you could like want to like strangle someone and then wake up the next morning and you're just like best friends again. So it's a really cool thing in that sense. And then obviously the visual elements that Amanda was mentioning. This is such a great outlet for students that are interested in dance or even just like, into like trying to advance themselves as dancers. You can really get a lot out of this program that really isn't offered in really any other aspect of the school other than maybe like theater or drama. So that's a cool element that's added in.
The one thing that I did notice, and it was very obvious going to see the other competitions and seeing the other bands, and it was the diversity and the acceptance. It didn't matter what shape, what size, what color. You had kids that were out there that had disabilities that were able to get out there on the field and perform and be a part of something special. And it was just so nice. And it was a relief to be able to see that level of acceptance out there. It was very, very surprising, very enlightening.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I think that's another thing with marching band. Marching band is usually a custom like design, a custom experience. So we make the show work for anyone who wants to be a part of it.
Yeah, I think that's great. What else do we have?
So let's discuss instruments. So what instruments typically make up a marching band?
So marching band instruments are pretty much the same as the instruments that you would see in a concert band or wind ensemble. However, there are a few instruments that are specific to marching band that are kind of modifications of instruments you might find in a concert band. So you will find piccolos, flutes, clarinets, saxophones, trumpets, trombones, and tubas. But a couple of unique instruments for marching band. Instead of using a French horn, there are mellophones, which we didn't have a mellophone this year, but we might in the future. And they're kind of like a bigger flared out trumpet that sound kind of like a French horn, but you can carry it much better than you would be able to carry a French horn. That would really work. And there are also marching euphoniums and baritones that are typically instruments that sit in your lap in a concert band setting. So they have marching band versions of those instruments that work better on the field.
And then the other big thing is the percussion section. I think students that are involved in percussion, drums, all of that, marching band's a great outlet for them to explore so many more instruments than they would ever play in a concert band setting. So you obviously have the drum line, which is pitched basses. So you'll have generally anywhere between 3 and 6 basses that are pitched from high to low. And then you have snare drums, which are pretty common. They're a little modified for the marching band setting to cut all the way up to the box.
Mm.
And then we have the marching tenor drums, which is kind of like toms on a drum set, but obviously in one, compact little unit that you can carry around. And then the final section's our front ensemble section, which has a whole bunch of different keyboard instruments, electronics, color percussion. Sometimes in marching band, we just like invent things to make sounds because we need them. So you'll see a lot of weird stuff in that section.
Is that the pit you're referring to there?
Okay, yeah, we like front ensemble is like the fancy name for it, but pit is like the casual when you don't want to say the whole word.
Nice.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about practices. So, how often do they typically occur?
So generally for our program, which again, it's different across the board. Everyone rehearses differently. But we'll do basically 2 practices a week during the summer. Generally we get started around 4th of July. We'll do like some pre-stuff in the spring just to get, students who are interested, but that's usually the start of our rehearsal season. Then, like I mentioned earlier, we have a band camp, which is crazy. And it's a whole week, 12-hour days. But it's fun. We don't just rehearse the entire time. We do a lot of team building activities, eat some great band parent food and weird skits. And then during the fall, we'll keep that same 2-night a week schedule, but then you have your Friday night football games, which generally will stay after school, do sectionals. And then Saturday is our competition day. So we'll probably come in like a couple hours early to get a little bit of a practice in before we head out to a competition.
So the one thing that I did notice that struck me is, I don't know, don't want to say but it's a little surprising, was your practices were later than I expected them to be. Was there a reason for that?
Yes. One of the reasons is for the students who want to be, athletes as well as band members. So we have a number of students who are on, soccer team, field hockey team, who also participate in marching band. So they're able to, finish their practice, eat, wind down just a little bit, and then head to marching band. The other thing is staff. That's actually probably the biggest thing. Most of our staff members, and this kind of is across the board in all marching bands, well, at least in our state, where the staff members are not working at the school during the day. We find, former drum corps members, music majors or educators who maybe are teaching at the elementary, middle school level. And we need to wait for them to get off work. A lot of them don't get off work till like 5 or 6 o'clock. So if we did an after school practice, it would pretty much be, I guess it would just be me.
Just be you.
Yeah. That's a lot of responsibility for
That's
one
funny.
person.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes perfect sense then.
Yep.
What else do we have?
So now let's talk a bit more about performances. So typically, how often can members expect to perform?
Ooh.
So during the heavy part of our season, they can expect about 2 or 3 performances. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and that probably starts usually like the end of September,
Mid-September, end of September,
until like usually the first week in November.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll probably do a couple like parades and stuff during the year. So there might be like a parade in the spring or summer or something. And those are always nice, different performances. But generally, yeah, the competitive group, like Amanda said, like 3 times a week.
Is that sort of what the kids get psyched up for, is to go out and do these performances? Because I know I played football and you tolerated practice just for game day. And if game day wasn't there that week, you couldn't get through practice that week.
Generally, that's the vibe. I think this year, the reason the kids did so well is because our practices were generally really, really strong. You probably hear this from coaches all the time, but we like to preach, you practice like you perform.
Yeah.
And we just try to make sure that those practices, the kids are putting out that same level of intensity that they would for a competition. But yeah, the big thing is the competition that they perform for. And the main one is our championship at the end of the season, called the Atlantic Coast Championships. It's kind of the creme de la creme of competitions.
Awesome.
So speaking of competitions, roughly how many competitions are there in a season?
So there's a lot on the schedule, right? There's probably like
yeah, so you can compete. I'm sorry, my dog's creeping in the bottom here. I mean, you can start as early as the second week in September, and certain circuits will go all the way up until I know a circuit that just ended last weekend. So not the one that we were involved with. So, you can pick and choose which weekends you want to participate in. You kind of have to schedule it for what's best for your program, how many times you want to go out that year, pacing, you want to get a couple good Saturdays without shows so you can have really long rehearsals. So we did 4 shows this year, 5.
I don't even
It's
know.
kind of all
They just
over.
like fly by. Usually
Yeah.
it's like anywhere between 4 and 6
Mhm.
competitions for us. But yeah, there are some bands that do a lot. Like there's some bands that
Yeah.
do like 2 or 3 competitions a weekend,
Yeah.
not just performances.
Double up and do a
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday. It can get heavy at times.
That's crazy.
So we haven't really talked about a certain aspect of the band, which is the color guard.
Okay.
So, what is the color guard, and is it really a part of the marching band?
So if it's the musician's job to show what the story is by sound, the color guard's job is to represent that visually. So anything that we are trying to portray within our theme is really going to be centered around the color guard. They're going to do the storytelling for us. And they are, absolutely a pivotal part of the whole band. It would be really hard to read a lot of the theming that we do without their level of performance. So absolutely, they are huge. So they do a number of things. They dance, they spin flags, they spin rifles, sabers, sometimes oddball equipment that we just come up with that might fall into the theme. Like, in the past we've used these like wooden lightning bolt kind of things.
Bolts,
and,
yeah.
you'll see them doing all sorts of stuff out there. And they're truly talented performers. It's a very unique skill set. I'm always jealous of the guard. I wish I got a chance to perform in a color guard before.
Yeah,
but
and
they
they're
have
super tough. That's the one thing. It's crazy. I mean, especially when the weather's getting colder, like you're tossing these things like so many feet up in the air and you have to like just catch it. And it's just like, it's painful. Sometimes it hits you in the head, like, and they just like keep on working through it.
Yeah.
They're a very
They're
impressive
tough.
group. Yeah. They're nice, especially like for like a rehearsal. It's always good to point out the color guard, be like, how come you're not working as hard as them?
That was one thing that I had noticed going to all the competitions was the how the story was depicted. The color guard was basically the stage. They were the actors on the stage.
Yeah.
And it was almost like everybody else was there to support them telling the story, is what it seemed like.
In some ways, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was really, really interesting to see, especially across the different bands, to see some of the props that they had and some of the
Sure.
outfits that were done. The last game that we went to, and it was exceptionally cold. We all had sympathy for the color guard for the outfits that they had because it was very cold. What was the last question we had for this one?
So the last one is just basic, like how long is a marching band season?
It never
It
ends.
feels like it
Madison.
never ends. We're 2 weeks out now, and him and I will be sitting on the couch watching TV and be like, "Well, what do you think about this theme for next year? What can we do? What kind of songs could we layer into?" So we never really stop.
For us, it doesn't. Yeah. This is like design season. Now.
Yeah.
Usually this is when we like get the staff together. But this is like one of the rare years where all the staff members, as of now, are coming back. So
Yeah.
it's
That's good.
almost like a break for us. But
Yeah.
then comes design season where you get the whole storyboard together. You do all the music arrangements. And then we start there's usually a little bit of off-season training. And
Okay.
it always depends on the group. We usually leave that up to the kids, depending how crazy they want to go that year. I've had groups that started off-season training in January.
Wow.
They started coming in like once a week and just like worked on visual and music stuff. But then sometimes it doesn't start till May. So it all depends on what the student leadership wants to do. I never want to push them in that sense, just because you really want them to want it, basically,
Right.
For that kind of thing. So yeah, it really doesn't stop.
And never.
Even when you're out, you're never out, right? Well, that was great. I think that was all the questions we have for this segment. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about what's required for marching band. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about marching band with our guests, Mr. John Porco and Miss Amanda Lacus Porco. So now we're going to be talking about what's required for marching band. So I think now's a good time to talk about uniforms. So are uniforms required for practice?
So we usually only use the uniforms for performances. In a couple of rare occasions when we're getting ready for some early performances, there may be times where we call for students to wear their helmets or gloves just to get used to those different accessories. But we typically will not use those during practice. We do have a practice uniform in the sense that we require students to wear athletic clothing, sneakers, things like that. We do have a little bit of a dress code for what is appropriate to wear to rehearsal.
Okay.
That's a good example. That explanation.
Okay.
Sorry, not doing too well with my English today. So our next question is, how much time do kids need to put into marching band?
So we require them to come to the rehearsal. So in the summer, it's 6 hours a week. Nothing too crazy. And then in the fall, that probably gets almost doubled, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably 12 hours a week. It's pretty similar to any varsity sport, probably less than what the varsity sports are doing. But we also ask that, you practice outside of the activity. We always have like sectionals happening, before practice or on an off day with our student leadership. But generally, like any instrument, you need to play it pretty consistently to improve at it. And especially even with color guard, with it being, new equipment to a lot of these members, it's something that, the more you do it, the more times you rep it, the more comfortable you are. So other than our practice time, obviously, as much as you need outside.
Fair point.
Yep. So is marching band something that happens in or out of school?
So marching band is an extracurricular activity. So it's pretty much 100% outside of school. I'm trying to think if there is. I know there are programs in the country that have like marching band classes. Like you go out to the Midwest or even Pennsylvania, there's like schools with a color guard class that you sign up for, like instead of gym. Some schools' concert band program is marching band. But mainly, at least in the South or even in the state of New Jersey, marching band is generally an extracurricular after-school activity.
Okay.
All right, so is there a cost at all to be in marching band?
There isn't a upfront fee to participate. There are a few things that families will have to purchase along the way. A couple of uniform parts like gloves and shoes and, things that come up.
Stuff that you grow out of.
Yeah, for personal use. And we do require kids to participate in a number of our booster fundraisers. So a lot of what we do within our program would not happen without the support of our parent booster organization. And, part of the way that they help us achieve what we need to achieve in the season is by running a number of fundraisers, that families can take a part of in different ways, whether that be, selling things or helping out at different events, different ways to bring some income in to help, support the program. And that offsets costs for all the students as well.
Okay.
So what are some of the challenges most of the kids face in marching band?
I would say if you're new to it, time management can be a little bit overwhelming. When you come back into school or you're starting high school for the first time and you're layering that in with a pretty intense fall rehearsal schedule. I see kids swim a little bit with that from time to time.
I think the physical element, because a lot of the students we recruit are band kids. There are, there's, in a school, there's athletes, there's band kids, there's a couple mixes, but generally a lot of these band kids that are signing up, the physical element can be a lot up front. They're like shocked that wait, I'm coming to a band practice and I'm running laps. Like what is happening right now? The physical element isn't too great. Like anyone really can do it. But it can be a shock, coming into the summer.
In all fairness, it is marching band, not standing band.
Yes.
Yeah, you've mentioned that multiple times.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Should get a shirt with that.
Yeah, that'd be funny. So, how about stage fright? Do members experience it, and how do you help members overcome stage fright?
You know what? The whole thing can be really intense. Those first couple of performances where you've never done anything like that can absolutely be overwhelming. So we always make sure that our first performance is a football game, which is kind of like our, warm-up performances in a way, like little dress rehearsals.
Yeah, you definitely want a football game before your first competition.
And I think a good way for kids to overcome that stage fright is to realize that, you're operating as a unit. You are a band, you are a whole group out there, and, very rarely are you even going to be able to be singled out. You're dressed in uniform, you all, look the same. It's hard to even say like, oh, is that Madison out there? Like, who is that behind that, So, the fact that you're going out there with a group and you're a part of something, I think can kind of mitigate some of that stage fright because, we're not asking you to, step out and play a solo all by yourself. A few kids do, but, as a member, you can find, some peace in the fact that you're performing amongst many others. Totally.
I think something else we do, we'll always do like a preview performance too with the parents to, fill the stands with people that they know. I know during rehearsal, especially for like run-throughs and stuff, we always like to get in people's faces to kind of freak them out a little bit. I think having your director stand 2 inches from you is scarier than, a football audience. But like Amanda was saying, like you have that power in numbers, but you also have, power in preparation. The more prepared you are, the more times you do it, the easier it is. And you're just, eventually you get to like the end of the season. And it's almost like we talked about leading into it, like, this is your job. Like this is something you've been doing all season. You just go out there and you do your job, and you do it well. And you try not to do anything more. You try not to overthink it. You don't make it anything bigger than what it is. And that's led to some really successful performances, some really special moments. And that's like a big thing for us.
Yeah. The closest parallel I think I have was having been in choir. We would practice, we'd have 2 concerts a year. You never did more than 2 concerts a year. And when you went out there with an entire audience. So you didn't get to ramp up to it. You didn't get to ease into it. You didn't know if it was a friendly audience, and you only did it once, and then you did it, 4 months later. So it could be kind of overwhelming sometimes.
Definitely. So I can't even imagine our first performance being like ACCs.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You guys have played in front of some significantly large audiences this year.
That is a really cool part. Yeah, that's a big thing with marching band compared to, I know, circling back to like, how's it different than other ensembles? You do play in front of the biggest crowds. I mean, we've played I mean, even just through the years, we've done parades in Washington, D.C., where you just like couldn't even see like where the people ended.
Yeah.
We performed at MetLife Stadium where the Giants play to like a packed like stands right in front of us. Like there's been some pretty wild performance opportunities through marching band.
That's crazy.
So really cool.
So we kind of touched on the benefits of marching band, and we know a lot of it's not musical. What does marching band mean for the kids that join it?
For a lot of kids, I see it as an outlet for them. There's a lot of kids that do marching band that's like their moment to kind of get away from all the stuff that's happening like in school and in their lives. And they're able to see marching band as this escape from everything. And being out there performing, like letting yourself go, is something really important for them and really got them through high school. So that's really big. I mean, I had friends that had that. I always loved being in marching band. Students, just like that's the big thing for me that at least stands out from kids.
So it's a huge confidence builder moving through. That's awesome.
Community, the best friends that you'll ever make are the people that you did marching band with. We have lifelong friends who will be close with forever. Who we grew up performing with.
Yeah. So we talked about the physical demands. They're not overly demanding, but they're somewhat demanding if you're uninitiated. What are some of the physical benefits that kids actually get from dealing with these demands?
I mean, we get fit. we focus on, flexibility and, range of motion and, endurance. There's a lot of endurance involved with, playing your instrument and executing the physical and visual demands of the show. So that's where a lot of that, early summer training comes into place. How much can you knock out to be able to handle, a 7-8 minute show in all conditions, to meet the demands musically and visually.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, we already discussed how color guard, is such a physical activity. The level of strength and coordination they need to do that is incredible. But looking at the musicians, it's like, I'd like to challenge anyone to jog for 8 minutes straight, right? That's pretty easy. Now try doing it with like a 40-inch bass drum on you. Yeah. Or now try jogging while just blowing out the entire time. There's like levels to it that definitely add to that physicality. And then as a musician, I think the physical needs of a musician, like lung capacity, support, the muscles that you're developing. I see it all the time, especially now that I'm at the middle school during the day. It's like the students that were in marching band and had that experience and played that much just take such a huge leap as musicians compared to the students that did not participate.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. That's interesting. Now, you did touch a little bit about student leadership in the band itself. What does marching band do as far as teaching kids leadership? How does it help them with that?
You want to start or?
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned in a couple of other prompts about, the character and level of discipline that you build in your early years of marching band. Really enable some kids to thrive as, student leaders. There are so many kids, who you can look up to because they march really well or because they play really well, but it's the kids who start demanding that high level of, personal character. We almost think of them as like mini staff members because they're just like mini extensions of us. You know what I mean? They have the same goals in mind for the program.
Yeah.
And, we entrust the student leadership to kind of instill the values and like the traditions that we're building within, our program, and they're really what kind of keeps everything alive. They're the liaison between the staff and the student body.
That's great.
Yeah, I think that was spot on. Just so like we mentioned earlier, the support system that student leadership does. But one of the big things that we try to be like pretty hands off with student leadership. I mean, we want the upperclassmen to kind of create the identity of the program. We'll chat with them. We listen to them all the time, even when they don't think we're listening to them. We hear what they're saying. And I think, again, not to harp on this year, but I think the message that student leadership gave this year was awesome. I was so impressed at our end of the year banquet that the student leadership, speaks to the band, and the message that they gave was very consistent and correct. Like, it was just spot on, which is a really cool thing to see. But one of the big things that we deal with student leadership, I'd say, is problem solving.
Yeah.
I think students will bring their problems to leadership way before they'll bring it to us, or they'll even like witness something going on way before we get involved. And a lot of times it's one of those situations where they're like, well, we don't want them to know that we told you, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So we have the opportunity to discuss with these students and work with them on how to problem solve and diffuse situations and work with students who are having issues with each other. A lot of the time, obviously, we do get involved if we notice that it's at a certain point that, we need to kind of get in there. But it's such a cool thing for students to be able to work on, talking out their problems and really listening to each other and handling things.
That's great. That is great. You talk about character and work ethic. I happened to be at practice at one point in time. I think it was when Madison had lost her cell phone, and there was one of your drum majors was off at soccer practice, got hurt, and shows up at band practice with both of her knees taped up with ice on there. She's like, I can still direct. Like, just to see that passion in there was just incredible. That energy, and it speaks volumes to the leadership that you guys provide. So that was great. That really moved me when I saw that.
Yeah, there's definitely some crazy ones.
Yeah.
And the student you're talking about is very special. She's awesome. There's definitely a bunch of kids like that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like we had a student that had double foot surgery in the off season, like planned the surgery around marching band, and then just like literally like was in pain all season, and just like had like a little like when I got to a certain level, like he'd like hold up like be like I might have to sit like once.
Yeah.
But it like bothered him so much that he even had to do that. Like there's some very passionate members.
So I think we can certainly make an argument for the benefits of marching band. Are there detriments? Like, what kind of effect does it have on the kids' grades? Do we keep an eye on that sort of thing?
I think one of the big negatives I see is just, I guess maybe like the parental responsibility, like having to, bring your kid to all these practices, all these events, basically not having a fall kind of is crazy to think about. Like when that competition season starts, we need everyone there for every Saturday.
Yeah.
I know no one's not going to be as committed as us. I mean, we've like missed weddings, we've missed like births of children because of marching band. But so is life. But I think that level, when that fall season comes around and the level of commitment that's required, can definitely be challenging to a lot of people.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. So where do you guys see kids? I mean, you've been doing this for enough years now that you've seen kids work through the program, graduate, go on to professional life. Do you see this affecting their professional life and providing career paths for them?
Yeah, I think the, experience in marching band is not what's going to make you, a symphony level, professional musician, but the life skills that you take out of it most certainly will. I believe big in, the way you do anything is the way that you do everything. And, when we build that level of discipline and, what it is to be committed and what it is to, go full in, that starts to show up in other parts of your life. There are things that you will learn in marching band that will absolutely, stick with you for the rest of your life.
That's awesome. So if you guys could give a sales pitch, a one-line elevator pitch for why you should join marching band, what would it be?
I don't know. One-line sales pitch.
I mean, it'll change your life.
It will change your life. Yeah.
That's the pitch right there.
Sure.
Yeah,
That's the pitch.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't think you need to add anything else to it. It'll change your life, and I think it definitely will.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great place to stop. We'll take our second break, and we'll be back to talk about the actual creative process. We'll be right back.
Easy dog.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes, podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So this is the part of the show that we get into the nitty gritty and we break down those barriers and actually talk about how you actually go about creating things. So how do you go about selecting what program you're on and how far in advance do you typically start that process? You talked a little bit about it, but what's the meat and potatoes behind it?
Definitely want to start after the season's done. Sometimes staff members are very excited and they're like, the season's going well. They're like, I have an idea for next year's show. And I'm like, no, that cannot happen yet.
1 year at a time.
Yeah. But generally, we'll start at the end of the season. We'll just start collecting ideas. Everyone on the staff is open to submitting some ideas. And then one of the big things we look for is who we have going into next year. Who are our strong musicians, who are our strong performers, what are their strengths, and what's a show that can really bring that out. And then selfishly, it's kind of like what I'm feeling. If I'm not feeling a show, I'm not going to do it. So that's the beauty. That's the benefit of being a director, I guess. I get to make the final say on that one.
That's great. So are there licensing challenges? So now I've sat through a number of the competitions and there's restrictions on what you can record and what you can't record. And there's copyright issues. So when you guys go about putting a program together, do you have to purchase rights to certain music? Is there a pool of music that's available? How do you manage that?
Yeah, so there's definitely music licensing that you have to deal with. Generally, we try to get some music from public domain, which is just music that's old enough where the copyright has expired. I think it's something like 75 years after the death.
Thanks to Disney, because they were protecting Mickey Mouse.
Yes. And that's one. Disney music is off limits for the most part. John Williams, you can't really touch. I'm trying to think what else. Am I even allowed to say those names right?
Yeah, they're probably going to take my podcast down now because you said that.
Beatles, yeah, some of them are just really expensive. The Beatles used to be untouchable, and then this drum corps a couple years ago did a Beatles show, which was it was awesome. But I just was more in awe of how much money they must have spent on those arranging rights.
Oh, yeah.
But generally, to arrange a piece of music, it's going to cost you anywhere between $200 and $1,000, depending on how popular it is. If you're doing some more modern music, that's gonna put you back some money. So that definitely goes into the design process. Sadly, I've been bitten before where I jumped the gun and arranged a song, and then I was like, "Oh, this band did it last year," and then I got denied arranging rights. I had to rewrite it so it didn't really sound like the song, but kind of still was.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's an interesting road.
So can you talk a bit about the crew and other instructors who are part of the process and their involvement?
There's a lot of talent within our staff. It is certainly not a job that can be done by one or even two people. We have to have people who are specialized in color guard specifically and drumline specifically, even front ensemble, which is very different than the drumline, even though they're both percussion. Like we mentioned, he'll focus on the music element of things, but keep in mind, that's only the horns. If we wanted to get more specifically, he's a woodwind player. So we need a brass person. And it's you need to find people who can specialize, and serve, the student body. So,
and complement our skills.
Yeah, absolutely. So they all have, a really important role. And, there's a hierarchy within the staff about how things, get decided. But like he mentioned earlier, as far as theming goes, we're always open to, different ideas, and we really respect the experience from a lot of our staff members and what they have to offer, really, from design, instruction. We let them do what they want to do.
Oh yeah, definitely give them that creative freedom. That's why we're bringing them on. They are the experts of their field. I always will ask questions. I'll ask, what their process was and why they're doing what they're doing. But for the most part, I mean, we hire these people, so we should trust what they're doing. One of the big things I look for in staff members is their like calmness. That's like because I get a little crazy. Madison knows I get a little off my rocker sometimes. So I need like a staff that can like mellow me out a bit. That's always a nice thing.
Some control rods in that reactor.
Exactly.
So are there specific elements you look to include in your performance that are required for competitions?
There are certain restrictions within circuits as far as how long your performance has to be. You can't be out there for, more than 15 minutes, dragging your props and equipment off the field. There are things that you can incur penalties for if you don't stay within. But as far as, the creative process, the way I kind of think of it, at least from a visual standpoint, is there's like a little checklist, of things that you want to hit. Are we using dynamic movement versus static movement? Are there levels? How are we, showing what we're hearing? Things like that I'm constantly running through as the visual designer. I say checking the boxes to make sure the judges like it. But I wouldn't say that those elements are necessarily required, just if you want to, be competitive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'll say for like a musical standpoint and an overall, I think when you're going into, the elements of a performance, you want to have moments, you want to have impacts. So you kind of start there. You want to have these, where do we want our huge, like, whoa or wow moments? And then how do you get there? How do you develop that? And then how do you move on from it? Something that I always like to do musically as well as from an educational standpoint is I'm looking at the kids throughout the year. I'm like, okay, what do we need to work on this year musically? Like, are we struggling with articulations this year? Are we struggling with coming in on like strange beats or strange entrances? And generally I like to sneak some of that. It's kind of like sneaking like your vegetables into mac and cheese or something, like sneak that in there. So they're getting stronger at the things that they need to get stronger at. And then making sure that they're getting the credit. This is kind of like, what the circuit's looking for. Making sure the students are getting the credit for the difficulty that they're doing. So a lot of times, like young designers, like especially when we were early in our careers, we'd put these like crazy shows together, and so much stuff would get lost, and be like, well, the kids are doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this, and you're not noticing it. And you realize these judges have one moment to just see everything. Yeah. So you kind of want to make your wild moments like in your face, like these kids are doing something crazy right here. Check it out. And that takes a lot of finesse. That takes a lot of coordination. It's not easy to do. And it's something we're still continuing to develop. But
and to that point, I can say from doing the videos from the very beginning throughout the season and seeing how the show evolved, those points came out very obviously from midway in the season and on, where when I was, I tried to do a multi-camera approach and I look for transition points, and those gotchas are the transition points, and they started popping up more and more frequently as season went on. So it gave the show a much more dynamic feel by the end of the season.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if you look closely, I mean, week to week from show to show, it's never exactly the same. You achieve a point of cleanliness and like, here are our staple moments. Here is the drill. This is the basic, setup. But then, when we dig further and further into the theme, we're adding little visuals left and right. The color guard becomes, a little bit more dynamic and expressive. And, when the props get layered in and things like that, the show itself is never really done
Yeah.
You know, it changes.
There's still
throughout
stuff
the
we
whole
could have added to
season.
the show.
Yeah, and that was what I noticed. Every show was slightly different. Like it was almost like an organism that was evolving and growing up throughout the whole season. And it made it very interesting to see every performance like that.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So-
It's also cool. I love it sometimes when like a kid will just do something like on the field and it wouldn't be like a planned thing we wanted to add or do. And I'm just like, wow, I like that. And we just like, yeah. So the kids probably don't even realize it, but they even play a part in the design process through the season.
Yeah.
Madison's going to be like secretly doing it.
So how do you digest the input from the judges and relay that in an
Actionable
form to the band to make corrections?
You could tell I wrote the scripts. You didn't write the script.
Leave me alone, please.
So the judge input, I ignore all of it.
I would say you take it with a grain of salt. They're, they are experienced in their field. Different judges come from different generations of marching band. This activity is not the same as it was even 10 years ago. And it's constantly evolving, what is new, what is modern. And depending on their experience and where they came from and their background, we, may or may not agree with the feedback that they give.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You want to respect as many, reads on the show. It's great to get eyes on the show and get that feedback. And sometimes we're like, yeah, they're absolutely right. And other times like, I don't think you're right.
Yeah.
And sometimes it depends who it is too.
Yeah.
Like when we were at our old school, we would do competitions where some of like the top drum corps instructors were judging us. And I remember sitting down with the cadets horn line instructor and he's telling me something and it's literally the opposite of what I was doing. And I remember thinking like, wait, am I an idiot or is he an idiot? Like what? And I completely changed my approach and it was so positive. So you definitely do have to take everything in some way into account, but you can't, like Amanda said, you can't take it like everything completely 100% seriously, or you'll be changing your entire show every single week.
Well, I had the unique experience at the home show to be sitting up right at the booth, and I had the one judge in my one ear, and I got to listen to him critique each and every show. And it was interesting because he was incredibly consistent in his critique of what he was doing. I think it was the visuals judge. Then I had a judge on the other side, and the same thing could happen 5 times on the field, and he'd call it a different way each time. And I'm like, that's very confusing to me. I don't know how he's seeing that. But,
It can be. There's sometimes we've had judges where had a judges meeting, which would take place like after the show. And this guy will give his big spiel and we'll then go to the next table and I'll listen and he'll say the same exact thing to the next band. I'm just like, I was like, come on, dude.
dug that script back out and read it again.
I know. Yeah. But there are some excellent judges. Like we got fortunate. Like I remember this past year, the music judge happened to see us at our home show, chapters and ACCs. And he was like calling out moments that he called out the week before and recognized the level of quality that we got to, and was really on top of things. And there's judges like that you're just like really, fortunate that they're in your circuit and they're, they're the ones that kind of are in your fate is in their hands, basically.
Yeah. Let's take a kind of a sidestep here. Let's talk about, we gave credit to our student leadership already, but what goes into choosing the student leadership? What qualities do you look for? Is it a new leadership every year? How does that evolve?
Well, it starts their first day of marching band. It really does. I mean, we do a full, interview process, audition process, every single year. So even if you were a drum major this past season, you have to reapply. But we watch everything. We see everything. We hear everything. You could come in and tell us that you're the most wonderful person in the world, but we've watched you every single rehearsal and maybe you're telling the truth, maybe not. So the interview process does take into account, but we're always looking for student leaders. And we tell the kids, even if you don't have a leadership title, you can still be a leader on that field. So there's kids that kind of, I'd say, force us to make them leaders. It doesn't even give us an option to choose.
That's great. So what about the support that the band gets? We talked about the band parent association. And how about the school? Do you feel the school supports the band sufficiently?
Totally. I think we have an excellent, like, as far as administration goes, athletic director, administration. It's so cool because I've been in situations where it has not been as supportive.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to be in this district. There's teachers always coming up to me like after a competition saying like, oh, we heard you did well, all this stuff. So obviously it's out in the community. It's a very supportive arts community, Deptford. So it's just really nice to have that support. That's something that kind of drew me to this position, definitely. But yeah, it's a really nice situation here.
They have to be supportive. I mean, they made that beautiful field for you guys that you let the football team play on.
Right, the marching band field.
Yes.
That's been awesome. I mean, getting to rehearse on that new turf field, basically every single practice makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Madison got to experience our parking lot a couple times.
Unfortunately,
it's like a slight downgrade, I'd say, from the turf stadium.
Well, that's great. I think we're all looking forward to next year's season, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. I didn't think I would be. I'll be honest with you. I was very overwhelmed early on at the time demands and just what was expected of the parents, but you see the end product, and after you see that, there's a level of pride even that I have in what limited I've committed to it, and seeing how she's evolved throughout the whole time and what she's learned and become, and at the end of the whole thing, it's worth it. I couldn't endorse it more strongly than I can at this point. So,
That's
and
really great to hear.
Yeah, appreciate it.
and you guys have done a fantastic job, and the kids look up to you guys. I didn't hear a negative word about any of the staff, from my daughter or anybody else that I had interacted with, and I think that's a great.
You're hanging with the right people.
So I think that was all we had. Did you have any other questions that you wanted to throw out there?
I guess all I really have to say is, do you think we did good this year?
Yes. Yeah. I would have to say, generally, Amanda knows at the end of a marching band season, I like to go into hibernation usually, where I don't want anyone to talk to me about marching band for at least a month. And sometimes this happens, but this year I was ready. I'm like, this day after ACCs, I was ready to go for next year. So
That's great.
Awesome season.
Is there any message that you guys want to leave us with before we go?
Amanda, you'd leave the great message.
I don't know if I have a good
You had that great one-liner.
For the sake of this, being informative, and if this could reach, any audience and, inform anybody about the activity, I encourage you to, give it a try. It's certainly something out of, many people's comfort zone. It's a weird thing to get involved in, but it's a lot of fun. And there's so much that you can take from it. You'll grow and you become a better person.
That's great. You're right. That is a great message to leave the kids with.
She's good.
She is good.
Yep.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back. We'll get Madison's closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with show plugs and go from there. We'll be right back. Go with your closing thoughts.
Okay, so to everyone out there, I just want to kind of mention that, yeah, marching band has a lot of benefits. I've certainly benefited a lot from it. There were definitely ups and downs to it. I've experienced both. And, going into it, I really was that kind of scared person. I thought that there was a lot being expected of me. There was a lot of anxiety going into it at first, but once you realize that you start getting those really good performances and you hear how the instructors, how proud the instructors are of you, how much you've improved, and you can just, it just ultimately makes it worth it in the end, just to see how much you've improved, and overall, I can't recommend the feeling enough.
Okay, that was very well said. I want to thank our guests, John and Amanda. You guys were great. I appreciate all the time you gave us tonight.
Thanks for having us.
We'll have this probably posted up on Monday for you guys to see if you want to go back and See how bad we flubbed our lines on this side here. But we're ready to go for our next season of marching band. I hope you guys get a good turnout with students as well.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks so much for your time. Before we do go, I did want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful guests by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 126, Gaslighting. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my poised and confident co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm, fine. How about you?
Wow, that sounded so unfine, I couldn't even describe it. Clearly you're not fine. Is it anything you wanted to talk about?
Just Had a rough day, I guess.
Rough day. Well, the week's almost over, right?
Well, not for me.
All right. Clearly, I'm not going to say anything to satisfy you today. We'll just have to have a miserable show today.
I'm not going to be miserable during the show. Relax.
Okay. So you had a big weekend last weekend. You had your first marching band competition. How'd that go?
We got second place, which was nice.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. We've got a busy weekend, too. We've got a football game. You got a halftime performance at a football game this weekend. And then you have another competition this weekend. So, should be interesting.
Yep.
Looking forward to it?
I guess.
Okay, well, that's some fake enthusiasm. We like that.
I mean, I like the football games. The competition is just the one that I'm like,
Takes a long time, huh?
Kind of.
Makes for a very long day.
Yeah.
You'll get through it. I'm sure you'll get through it. You'll have a good time, hopefully. But surprisingly, that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we are talking about gaslighting. Now, this is a topic that's been tossed around a lot, and people use the phrase a lot, and I don't think a lot of people really understand what gaslighting really means or where it comes from.
So what do people technically think gaslighting is?
Well, I think a lot of people use it as just a derogatory term for someone who's dismissing someone.
Okay.
And while that kind of is true, it's much deeper than that. And as we get into it, you'll see it's much more insidious than that. It's not just a matter of pretending my reality is different than yours.
Okay.
And that's how it's used a lot today, especially in political circles. You know, you'll hear, oh, so-and-so is gaslighting such and such's campaign or something like that, where you have what's a lot of people refer to as reality distortion fields. This happened a lot during the Trump presidency, where the news and the media would ask questions, and then they would get what, at one point in time, someone very cleverly within the administration called alternative facts. How you have alternative facts to actual facts, I don't know, but that was one form of gaslighting.
Okay.
So this week we are going to talk about the term that is used a lot in the media, but often misunderstood, called gaslighting. It's thrown around a lot, but most people don't know what it refers to. It really refers to a form of mental abuse that's far too widespread in today's society. We'll talk about what gaslighting is, the origins of the term, signs that it's happening, and steps to stop it from happening to you or to your loved ones. And before we do that, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available pretty much any place you can get a podcast. Apple, Spotify, Google, Podbean, Castro, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also invite everyone to write in, give us your feedback. We're always looking for feedback on how we're doing on the show suggestions, and so forth. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We can get links to all of our social media and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right, here we go. So what is gaslighting? This definition comes to us from a very well-written article on NBCnews.com. Psychologists use the term gaslighting to refer to a specific type of manipulation where the manipulator is trying to get someone else or a group of people to question their own reality, memory, or perceptions. And it's always a serious problem, according to psychologists. The term gaslighting actually comes from a 1938 play called Gaslight, where a husband manipulates his wife to make her think she's actually losing her sense of reality so he can commit her to a mental institution and steal her inheritance. Nice guy, huh?
Yeah, that's a real nice love story there.
So, not all real-life examples are so diabolical. It may start out with seemingly small offenses, but the problem is that even more or less insignificant instances of questioning your own judgment or reality, thanks to deliberate intent of someone else, can snowball. You can end up in a cycle of not being able to negotiate your daily life in a way where you're clear-minded, can focus, can make sound decisions, and have a sense of well-being.
Gaslighting happens in a variety of different relationship types. In personal relationships, think of an abusive spouse or, in rarer cases, a parent. In professional relationships, such as a manipulative boss or a coworker preying on a subordinate. Even by public figures, there are several examples of gaslighting by former President Donald Trump and his administration, which the site provided. No matter whether it's happening in marriage, between the leader and his or her
Constituency,
or elsewhere, it's important to be aware of the red flags that you or someone you know might be a victim, which is the first step to getting out of an abusive situation. And kind of hearing the definition of this reminds me of a story we were kind of reading in ELA called The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. And basically the message in it was kind of to question traditions and such. Basically, the tradition of the lottery is an extreme example of just completely committing to traditions entirely.
So, based on this definition, though, do you think you've ever been gaslighted by someone, or do you think you've ever gaslighted someone without even knowing it?
I mean, I have changed my perspective on various things. I don't think it's like the extreme example of mental manipulation to the point where, like, my entire belief system has completely been shattered. So I don't think I've necessarily been gaslighted, like, badly. Like, I don't think anyone really manipulated me that way.
Right. See, and I've had this situation happen with employers in the past. One particular employer several years ago they were big on inspirational messages, and they liked to lead through these catchphrases, and they thought they had some effect on morale. So this one particular manager, this officer in the company, got up in front of the entire company at one time in a meeting, and he gave this example of, we need to be more like geese in this company. And you look around the room and everyone's kind of scratching their heads like, what are you talking about? And he goes on to say, well, what geese do is they fly in a V formation. And when that lead goose gets tired, and he's referring to the CEO of the company at that time, when that lead goose gets tired, they have to fall back, and then somebody else comes up and take the lead. And he's kind of equating that to himself, where the CEO had just gone through kind of a bad press situation with the company and had a kind of a mess something up in the company. And he was giving the example of him stepping up. And he says, the next goose steps up in line, and that's how that formation continues to fly with a new leader up there. And everyone's like, oh, okay, yeah. They all kind of like nodded their heads and left the room with this idea that this guy's trying to take over the lead. So after the meeting, I went and I talked to him and I said, you're not from around here, are you? He says, oh, no, I'm from upstate New York. I said, well, that was a very interesting example that you gave. However, reality here is a little bit different. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, well, in New Jersey, we have Canadian geese. And Canadian geese, around the turn of the 20th century, had been hunted nearly to extinction. And Canadian geese would migrate up and down the eastern coast from Canada down to Florida. And they were hunted to near extinction. So New Jersey enacted laws that would protect the geese. and they were an endangered species. So as a result, they were held in these wildlife sanctuaries in New Jersey and nursed back to high populations. And as a result of that, they lost their migratory instincts. So now in New Jersey, when the geese take off and they fly, they go off, they fly around in circles, and they come back. And the problem we have is they keep defiling where they land because they poop all over the place. He didn't like the fact that I was giving him a factual answer to that because he had this reality in mind of this grand goose leading the rest of the flock onto some promised land or something like that. So he was in effect trying to gaslight the entire company with this image that he contrived when everybody else who was from New Jersey basically laughed at this guy because they knew what the geese did, and I kind of described it to him.
He's the New Jersey Swans.
Yes, the New Jersey Swans.
That's what I call them now. But,
in New Jersey, they really are a problem because they're defiling public places. You've got people that have dogs that professionally chase them. So for him to kind of gaslight the company like that was kind of funny. It was a long, drawn-out way of kind of getting to the point here, but
yeah.
He didn't realize he was gaslighting the company. He basically had he wanted to be a inspirational poster, and that's what he was. So in him doing it, he wasn't trying to be nefarious or manipulative or anything. He was trying to be inspirational. So it just goes to show you that gaslighting isn't always necessarily done with negative intent.
Yeah.
Sometimes people gaslight you to try to get you to see their point of view. Instead of trying to win you over to their side, they try to manipulate you to their side. And that's kind of where it gets kind of dangerous. So let's talk about when and where does gaslighting actually happen. So gaslighting actually happens in a power dynamic, but it's not always intentional or malicious. The manipulator holds enough power that the target of the gaslighting is terrified to change up the relationship or step out of the gaslighting dynamic because of the threat of losing that relationship or the threat of being seen as less than who you want to be seen as by them. It's a real threat to them. If it's happening by someone you love and care about, like a spouse or a parent, you're going to want to believe the other person, and the gaslighter may use that against you. Many people in this case, the targets of gaslighting, change their perception in order to avoid conflict.
The gaslighter doesn't necessarily need to be acting with malicious intent, nor does the gaslighter necessarily need to realize that he or she is gaslighting another person for it to be happening, kind of like you said with your example.
Right.
It might be a result of how you were raised. Maybe your parents had very cut and dry beliefs, and that certainty is how they, and now you, see the world, and when someone sees things differently, you assume something is wrong with them. Maybe you're upset because you think your boyfriend is always flirting with other girls. What you don't see is that it's the girls that are flirting with him, but he's just being polite. But your worldview doesn't allow you to question that maybe you're getting the situation wrong. You make him think that you know way more about relationships, and there's something wrong with him that he's not able to see the error in his ways. Maybe at first you don't believe it, but over time you may come to think that maybe he's right.
So the other interesting thing to look at here is the dynamic of two people who don't see eye to eye is usually the healthy situation is one of debate. You and I debate often, and it's not necessarily because we don't see eye to eye. It's because one's trying to educate the other, and one has questions about that. So what happens in that situation is I have my point of view, you have yours. I make my points, you make yours, and then we provide counterpoints. And sometimes we agree to disagree, and we don't meet on terms. Other times, you may sway me to your side of the argument based on the point and counterpoint discussion. But you're not manipulating me at that point.
Yeah.
You're convincing me at that point. That's the healthy dynamic. With gaslighting, you simply ignore what I'm saying, or you pretend that what I'm saying is so crazy and off the wall and unbelievable that nobody would possibly think that way. And in a way, you dismiss my point of view. And you do it in such a way that I start to question my own view. Like, wow, maybe she's right. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe what she's saying is right. Then you're manipulating me. You're not convincing me.
Yeah.
So that's where that fine line really is. So if anyone tries to do that to you, if they're dismissing your point of view, if they don't want to listen to your point of view, if every counterpoint they have is not supporting their argument but shooting down yours, then they're trying to gaslight you. And it's important to remember that.
Okay.
So let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about how gaslighting actually happens.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So how does gaslighting happen? According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline's fact sheet, the techniques a gaslighter might use to manipulate someone can include the following. Withholding. This is when he or she refuses to listen or says they don't understand. There's also countering. When the abuser questions the gaslightee's memory of an event. There's blocking or diverting. When the abuser changes the subject or questions the victim's thinking. Then we have trivializing, making the victim's needs or feelings seem unimportant. And finally, we have forgetting or denial, when the manipulator pretends to have forgotten what actually happened or denies something he or she had previously agreed to. And note that a gaslighter will oftentimes start with something that is true that you might be particularly sensitive about in order to hook you. A coworker, for example, who tries to convince you that you're not pulling your weight in the office might bring up the fact that you complain all the time about being tired because of your kids. You may be feeling tired because your kids have activities that require your attention, and that coworker may have heard you complaining about it once or twice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your performance is changing because of it.
So now we're going to look at signs that you're a victim of gaslighting. So look for these warning signs and red flags that this type of abuse might be happening to you or someone you know. You're constantly second-guessing yourself or have trouble making decisions. You're ruminating about a perceived character flaw, like being too sensitive or not a good enough person. You feel confused about your relationship. If you find yourself thinking, I thought I had this great husband, but I just feel crazy all the time. Or, I thought I had this charming partner, but then sometimes I feel like I'm losing it when we're together. In a confrontation with the person that might be gaslighting you, you feel like you suddenly find yourself in an argument you don't intend to have. You're not making progress, or you're saying the same thing over and over again and not being heard. You feel fuzzy or unclear about your thoughts, feelings, or beliefs. You're always apologizing. You're frequently making excuses for your partner's behavior. You can't always understand why you're not happy You can't understand why you're not happy in your own life. You know something is wrong, but you just don't know what.
So, an interesting indication if you're being gaslighted is that you're generally not happy with the situation.
Yeah.
And that's how the gaslighter kind of gets to you. And they make you question yourself. They make you question your thoughts and your judgment. And they set you up for a lack of self-confidence. And then once they've kind of bored this hole into your psyche, they then pour themselves into that with their own thoughts and their own ideas, and they try to think for you. That's really what gaslighting is.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a slippery slope, because once someone starts to gaslight you and they see the control that they have, they're more likely to take it even further. It's kind of like that old adage that power corrupts, ultimate power corrupts ultimately. The more power you have over someone, the more power you want.
Yeah.
And sadly, that's just human nature. So someone may not start out with the intent of doing that. They may start out with the intent of debating you. And when they see that you're not coming around to their point of view, then they may switch to some of the lighter gaslighting techniques, not listening to your side of the argument, so that all you hear is them talking over you. Then they may go to something a little bit deeper and start having you question your own thoughts and your own argument. And ultimately, their goal is to win the argument. But in the process of doing that, they wind up manipulating you. And then once they've manipulated you, the next time they want you to do something, they've already got you on the hook for it. And that's the first technique that they go for. So it's kind of a dangerous thing. And I know this is kind of a odd topic for us to be discussing. The reason I want to bring it up is it's prevalent in today's society. And it's something that is all over social media. You see all this false information to the point, let's talk about vaccines, for instance. You have all this information out there that's all these sources that are producing false information about vaccines and statistics and all this stuff. And it's to the point now that you actually have some of the social media sites are actually finally cracking down on this and banning it. But all of those fake things that you see out there are attempts at gaslighting. People are trying to push an agenda that is, in many cases, not backed by science or facts, but it's their agenda and they want to push it, or they're pushing it for someone else. And because it's not solid factual information, they couldn't possibly win that argument in a debate.
Yeah.
So they have to resort to gaslighting you and manipulating you to see their way. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on, in general, debating and winning? How important is it for you to win a debate or an argument when you engage with someone?
I don't necessarily feel like I want to win the argument unless I feel that the other person's argument isn't necessarily, I guess, morally all right, or something that I feel like could be dangerous.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. You're trying to stop them from hurting themselves or hurting someone else.
Yeah, and I have no problem with debating. I honestly kind of like hearing other people's perspective on things, and it kind of makes me question my own thoughts in a good way.
Yeah.
Like maybe I was thinking, maybe I could find a new perspective on this. That's kind of what I normally think about when I debate. That's what I feel debating is. It's like sharing your perspectives and kind of debating about them and, taking some information and stuff.
Debate for me has always been an educational experience. And a lot of times, I used to write a blog years ago, and one of the things that I would do in that blog is I would not debate necessarily, but I would advocate a point of view that I didn't necessarily agree with. But I would advocate that point of view because in writing the blog, it made me do the research and it made me put myself in the mindset of somebody who thought different than me. And in doing that, it allowed me to see the issue from the other side. And after doing that, I didn't always